Show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
NBA fans, it's time for the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomin's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomin's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome, everybody. Time for Inside the Paint, where your Miami Heat are getting set to take on the Philadelphia 76ers in Game 2 tonight. Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro, along with you guys for the ride. Make sure to drop your comments, your questions in the chat, and we'll try to get to them as we go along here. So, Ira, I want to start off the top here. What's the latest that you're hearing on Kyle Lowry? Obviously, he's not going to play tonight, but the degree of that hamstring strain and when he could potentially be back. And then also, Jimmy Butler missed practice with an excused absence yesterday. Is that anything that's expected to keep him out of the game tonight?
On the second one, no. That was made clear. Just whatever Jimmy had to take care of, Jimmy gets to take care of. It's interesting, Clay, because people jump to conclusions. Jimmy didn't play fourth quarter the other night against Philadelphia. So all of a sudden, everyone's putting things together. Jimmy's mad he didn't get to play, so he didn't show up at practice. No, you're going to have to go somewhere else for your headlines and your aggregation. It was a matter of Eric Spoelstra said if the game got down to single digits, he would have played Jimmy. There was no need to. You rest your 32-year-old forward when you can. Jimmy should be good to go, not the need.
Which, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, we just saw from the Philadelphia 76ers against the Toronto Raptors, they lost Joel Embiid in the fourth quarter when they were up by 30 and left him out there. So, I mean, there's a cautionary tale there.
Absolutely. And the fact is that the Heat came around, as you know, Clay, and they give us the injury update before Coach Spoelstra talks. And they even made a point of telling us Jimmy Butler is off the injury report. He had been listed as questionable previously with the inflammation in that knee. So to go that far and say Jimmy is fine, as opposed to having something there in case you couldn't play. And the way the NBA has cracked down, this on injury reports with Devin Booker. Devin Booker's out, Devin Booker's out, Devin Booker's out, Devin Booker's playing. In this gambling age, you don't anymore go from totally out to totally playing in one step, the same way you don't go from totally into, we can't play in another step. So the NBA, they want you to step things up or step things down. They know the gambling influence. They're part of the gambling influence. So if they say Jimmy Butler's off the injury report, he's good to go tonight, I have no reason to doubt that. Kyle's a little different. And I'm not saying I don't believe Eric Spoelstra. I'm just saying I think I view it a little differently from this perspective, Clay. He's listed with he's not listed, but I've been told he has a grade 1 hamstring strain. That usually would be 7, 9, 10 days. He's past that threshold from that Game 3 in Atlanta, April 22nd, I believe it was. Devin Booker came back after 9 days with a similar injury. Of course, Devin Booker's in his early 20s. Kyle is 36, a little bit different. I do think, unlike what Eric Spoelstra said, he is playing the result card a little bit. He's going to play Kyle if and when he has to until it's 100%, if it can be 100%. So against Atlanta, when he was up 3-1, there was no need to push it. There was enough wiggle room. In this series, being up 1-0 with Joel Embiid still being out for sure, he is not here in South Florida. He is not playing tonight, 7:30 at FTX Arena. I think Eric Spoelstra simply is erring on the side of caution. Friday's Game 3 in Philadelphia will be 2 full weeks from when Kyle was injured in Atlanta. It's just a common sense thing. And then sort of to keep my long-winded soliloquy here going, and they have an answer for him. I mean, matter of fact, I'm going to throw this back at you, Clay. So talk about sort of degrees of separation. When you go from Kyle Lowry not playing to who the fill-in is. In this case, not only Gabe Vincent, but Jimmy Butler is a ball handler, Bam Adebayo is a ball handler, Tyler Herro is a ball handler, Victor Oladipo is a ball handler. Okay, so the degree of separation from no Kyle versus Kyle replacement. And then, Clay, I'm going to throw it to you with this. The degree of no Joel Embiid versus, I'm below the screen now, versus Joel Embiid's replacement. So I'm going to put it back to you. I mean, just sort of your opinion on how the Heat are able to cover for Kyle and how the Sixers aren't able to cover for Joel Embiid.
Well, it's clearly the story of the series to this point. Obviously, we're only one game in, but you were able to see very early on in that game that the Heat were able to run DeAndre Jordan all over the floor. And then when Paul Reed went out there, I mean, look, you give Paul Reed some credit because especially early on in that game, he did give them a bit of a boost. But then as the game wore on, you could also see how the Heat wore on the 76ers. And a big part of that is the fact that Embiid is not out there. And that was already a thin team to begin with Philly. I mean, depth is probably their biggest weakness as it was. So from the Phillies side, that's that. As far as the Heat are concerned, I thought you put it perfectly last week. The goal for the Heat is not to beat the 76ers. The goal for the Heat is to win the NBA championship. So you have to look at this as, okay, especially after what we saw in game one. And look, I seem to think, and this is anecdotal from talking with friends and things like that, I seem to think Philly is a little bit more dangerous maybe than they showed in game one. But I think the feeling is that, look, even if they were to lose tonight, I feel like the Heat feel as though they've got enough when Kyle is out there that this series is not going to be something that scares them losing one game early on. That, like, it's okay if we have to play Kyle, if we have to put him out there in a situation where it's not worth risking what he's going to be at 100%. It's not worth risking him never getting back to that by putting him out there for a game two situation where you're trying to go up 2-0. And also, and again, this may be kind of contradicting what I said a minute ago, and we'll see how this thing plays out tonight. And I'll throw this back at you. It almost felt like they took Philly's best punch in the second quarter of game one. And not that Philly, the Joel Embiid less Philadelphia 76ers.
Different team, yes.
Because it felt like, okay, the 76ers, and look, they started scrambling a bit defensively and did a much better job. And then the zone kind of threw Miami off a little bit early on. But then second half, it was like Miami came up with answers to everything that Philadelphia was doing. And I'm not sure how many adjustments that Philly has left to throw at Miami that they're not going to. And I think the big thing that they found out, Ira, and this was something that plagued Philadelphia during the season, when Philadelphia, in general, Philadelphia is not a very good rebounding team beyond Joel Embiid.
Right.
When they went zone, they were really bad rebounding the ball. And second half of that game, it was like the Heat figured, okay, if we keep passing the ball around, I don't think we're going to get a good shot. They don't have anybody to block out anybody, so we're just going to keep attacking the rim. Even if we miss, we're going to get the rebound and score off of that. So I'm throwing this back at you, Ira, in that I think the Sixers are handling it the way they're handling it as best they can, but they're just limited when it comes to personnel. And also, I think they're limited schematically in what they can do to kind of change things up, whereas the Heat, to your point, you put Gabe Vincent out there. Victor Oladipo had some good minutes again the other night. There's just a lot more options that Miami has, and this is where depth really matters.
Yeah, so people basically, when you're watching now our Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint show, the left side of your screen is the glass half full with Clay Ferraro, but I'm going to disagree a little. I do think, I don't want to say if it's Armageddon-esque. Don't fade down on me there, Clay.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix my Carlos says that I look like my mom took my favorite toy and I'm pouting. I do have kind of that resting angry face sometimes, so I apologize.
It's that early morning face, and the reason we haven't seen Big O at 6 a.m. Vegas time this morning, so I get that.
That's right.
I'm going to go the other way with you. I don't want to say it'll be Armageddon, but I think it'll be a serious concern if the Heat lose tonight. A very serious concern for this reason. Even if the Heat get Kyle Lowry back Friday, which I think they will in Philadelphia, the 76ers are getting more back. Friday in Philadelphia with Joel Embiid, if we believe the initial reports by Woj and by some other people that that's the target date game 3. So I think all of a sudden you get on that plane to Philadelphia tomorrow and you're 1-1. They're getting demonstrably better than you are by getting Joel Embiid back. And that's all you want as an underdog in the series is this, to plant that seed of doubt. And that seed of doubt will come with the Heat loss tonight, times a Joel Embiid return, and the emotional boost we'll see at Wells Fargo Center on Friday. So I think this is far more must win tonight than, say, on a Friday night. We saw in Atlanta, the Heat went up 2-0, then it was 2-1. There wasn't a panic. They took care of business. They've been able to win on the road. I think today is you throw everything you have out there if you're the Miami Heat. You unload everything. You gave Jimmy Butler the day off yesterday. Maybe you throw Duncan Robinson back in there to hit threes. You tell PJ Tucker, be relentless again. We'll give you tomorrow off from practice. I think this is a huge game. I think in many ways this is the swing game of the series, and I'll tell you why. Not only you up 2-0, and then Philly would have to win 4 or 5 to win the series, but maybe then Philadelphia says, you know what? We've got our future Hall of Fame, current All-Star, possible MVP center with us for the long run. He has a fractured orbital bone. We know that that can lead to surgery, possibly even a plate in your face. You have that, number one. We know he's recovering from a concussion. You never know what the sort of is going to come out of that or not, even when you clear protocol. There are long-range factors. Our football friends have shown us that. And he still has the surgical thumb, the surgical thumb, 9 a.m., not so easy. So
Easy for you to say.
Also, I almost wonder if Philly, if it's 2 tough losses, if it's 2 double-digit losses, they might say to themselves, you know what? Not our year right now. This Harden thing hasn't worked out immediately like we thought, and we've got to protect this guy's future because he's the cornerstone and the mainstay of our franchise. So I do think if the Heat can make a big statement tonight, maybe Joel Embiid doesn't come back Friday. Maybe he doesn't come back in the series. Maybe that thumb is at a point where they say, you know what? Let's get a head start on next season. This is not our year. We were only the 4th seed. The Simmons trade didn't work out as optimally as we thought, and they go from there. I think tonight's a very, very big night. I think tonight, obviously, it's not overstating it, but it's the biggest night of the series. But I think this is when the Heat can really sort of put the hammer down and get the Sixers reeling like they had the Hawks reeling with that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I know this show is boring when we agree. I want to clarify what I said earlier. I think from a Heat perspective, the way they're viewing this is, if we lose tonight, I think we're still going to be okay. I don't think they're not that they're not going to throw everything out there to win tonight. It's not like that. I think there's a confidence level because I think they're like this the whole time, right?
Yeah, but
I don't
you know what,
think
Clay, but they haven't faced adversity. As a matter of fact, the last time the Heat faced adversity, we know when it was, the 4-game losing streak, the Jimmy Butler fight on the bench where they're exposed to Udonis Haslem. But that's almost 2 months ago right now. And they've been on pretty nice cruise control. Everyone said, we don't want the number 1 seed. We might have to play Brooklyn. The Heat cruised into the number 1 seed. The Heat were never in doubt in that first round against Atlanta. Philly has dealt with adversity. They were up 3-0 in Toronto. Then they were up 3-1. Then they were up 3-2. And we knew how tight things got going back to Toronto for that Game 6 last Friday. So Philly has sort of passed this adversity test with the statement that they made at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto last Friday. So I'm still not sure I want to see Heat and adversity at this point. I think tonight's really a statement moment for them as much as well. Yes, they know at 1-1 they still could win the series, but they can get a little wobbly if they have to hit adversity for the first time in 2 months.
No, look, objectively, I agree, and that's how I feel on the outside. And this is where I think this is the difference between the two teams. You know, with the Heat, it's like this. Like there's not much change in their mindset, even when they're fighting in the huddle. I mean, they're going to come out. Whereas I think with Philly, it's a little bit of this. They're very up and down.
Up and down,
look,
perfect.
And so, and to where I think, look, Philly could go out there and have a game where they play out of their minds and they hit everything from outside. And you know, you don't know. But where that concerns me, if they were to come up with a win tonight, is you're going back to Philly and this series would potentially be 1-1. And then all of a sudden, like, they've got this momentum and they're feeling good about themselves and they're getting Embiid back in a Game 3 situation. And so, I wouldn't feel like the sky is falling if they lost game 2. I wouldn't feel like if Embiid came back and they won game 3, if the Heat were down, I wouldn't feel like the sky is falling. I don't think but I do think that it's unnecessary to give Philly that sort of hope, because as we've seen through these playoffs already, when you get extended, bad things happen. And there's no reason to do that from what we saw in game 1, and just how workmanlike and how easy the Heat made it look in the second half of game 1. Don't mess around. Win tonight. Just don't. It's not just about winning the series, and this goes back to what we were saying a few minutes ago about Kyle Lowry. It's not just about beating the Philadelphia 76ers. It's making sure that you're the best that you can be to win the NBA championship. And in order to do that, you got to take care of business against a team like Philly that is down as quickly as you can, to where you're not extending this and putting your guys at risk of injury as the series goes on.
And let's face it, it's all gone to crap here in South Florida. The Marlins all of a sudden are losing. Inter Miami's winning streak is over. Last night with the Panthers. No, we need some good news. We need some good news.
Stop it.
Clay, it's going to crap likely. Everyone who the Dolphins ended up with in the draft will wind up getting injured in minicamp. You need some good news now. I mean, that's the thing is, you and I have been on there. I'm doing my accurate Pembroke Pines reports with on Monday and Friday. We're talking about how great it is. The Marlins can't lose. Inter Miami actually scores a goal every now and then. The Panthers set up as the number 1 seed. Last night was not good, especially if you're a Ranger fan and went through 2 OTs, but that's me.
I was going to say that. You're just cranky. You're just cranky because the Rangers lost.
After last night, I was. So now I got to find a new remote, but that's another story. What I'm saying is the Heat, like you said, they've been on that nice, even run. I've seen the last time they faced adversity, it got uneven. And you're right, Clay. The Heat were up 14 in the second quarter on Monday. Then they were down 5 in the third quarter. They had that 19-point swing, and they didn't crack. And that's important. That's another step forward. Again, you're without your floor leader. It's harder sometimes to find that offense. It was not a great offensive night for them, shooting percentage-wise.
No, it was ugly.
3-point percentage-wise, 10 turnovers in the first half. They cut that down in the second half. So I still think there's, like you said, there's another level for the Heat to reach. We know there's another level for the Sixers with Embiid. But you know what? Without Joel Embiid, that might be who the Sixers are. In other words, Clay, if you were to reseed the Eastern Conference, we know Philly was a very close number 4, tied with number 3. Philadelphia without Joel Embiid, throw me a number. Philadelphia without Joel Embiid is a what seed in the Eastern Conference? Knowing what you saw this year from Chicago, knowing what you saw this year from Toronto, from Brooklyn, what they could be, what's Philadelphia without Joel Embiid? A number what seed?
Well, I think they're behind a healthy Chicago team, which Chicago was not healthy towards the end of the year. So what you're talking, if you're starting to add it up, what at that point? And look, by the way, Fred VanVleet didn't play towards the end of that series for Toronto.
Exactly.
So I'd probably put them behind both Chicago and Toronto.
As the number
if those
7
teams
seed.
are healthy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the point that Ira Winderman is trying to make here against glass half full Clay Ferraro.
My goodness, Ira just went third person. Mark it down, 9-16. Ira went third person.
But what Ira Winderman is saying right here is this. So Philadelphia without Joel Embiid should not be a team you struggle with, even when you're without Kyle Lowry. Matter of fact, Clay Ferraro, I'm going to put it back in your third-person thing right here. The Miami Heat without Kyle Lowry are a what seed in the Eastern Conference?
I mean, based on what I've seen from Boston and Milwaukee, I definitely put them behind them.
Okay.
I think a healthy Philly team would scare me. So I would say maybe a tied for third seed, something along those lines.
A third or fourth. Okay, so I'm saying the Miami Heat, even if they were 4th seed without Kyle Lowry, are playing a 7th seed Philadelphia without Joel Embiid.
Fair.
That's where we are right now. And I believe that is the math and the calculus that Eric Spoelstra is using, saying, okay, they don't have Joel Embiid, we can go without Kyle Lowry. But there has to be a better Jimmy Butler than we saw in game 1. And that concerns me from this level. And we'll get to rotations more when we get to the second segment here on our Slomin's Home Shield Inside the Paint show. And that's length against Jimmy Butler still could be problematic. And we know that's possibly coming down the road from Milwaukee. They smothered him in last season's series. Tobias Harris plays bigger than your typical small forward. So I need to see something a little more to inspire a little more confidence from Jimmy. He was terrific against the Atlanta Hawks in the first round. He was the number 2 scorer in the NBA in the playoffs after the first round. but this is a higher level of competition. Tobias Harris is a proven veteran. It's not the neophyte that Atlantis, threw at the Heat. So I need to see a little more from Jimmy Butler, and I would have a little more confidence against this team if Jimmy Butler can do that tonight in Game 2 at FTX Arena.
And you'd have more confidence moving forward. You'd have more confidence that if you're going to play Milwaukee in the next round, a Boston team that has some really good defenders. And I think the thing about watching Jimmy in Game 1, he was getting close. I felt like he was getting the shots that looked good. What I want to know, and we'll see, I think, in Game 2 was he missing because he was just missing and it was just one of those nights, or was he missing because the length was really bothering him? And tonight I think we'll know a lot more about that. There was a question from David Trion. I want to get into this a little bit more as the series goes on, or as the show goes on. But he says, is it even possible for Philly without Joel Embiid? Like, could you even see them in this series, making it a series?
Yeah, the second quarter of last game, they made it a game. So if they could have moments, you always look and say, can moments translate to something more extended? They were the better team in the second quarter. If this was the old, you get a point for winning each quarter, Philadelphia showed for at least one of the first 4 quarters, they can be the better team. So if I'm the Heat, instead of going to school on the entire tape of Game 1, I go to school on the second quarter of Game 1 and say, hey, what did they do there? They got out in transition. They played before we set our defense. That's what we have to work on. So Philadelphia has shown it, at least without Embiid, can have moments. Can they multiply that times 4? That's the question.
Keep dropping your questions or comments. It really helps out the show. Coming up next, I want to talk about the rotations and moving forward. Ira, is Duncan done? That and more right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Slomin Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Slomin's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Thanks, everybody. Make sure to hit that like button for us. Also, keep dropping your questions, your comments as the show rolls on. So, Ira, I was watching Game 1 the other night, and I was texting with some people at work, and I said, early in that game, I said, man, the Heat are getting whatever looks they want, especially from outside against this Philadelphia defense. This could be a game where Duncan Robinson really goes off if he gets out there and gets some looks. And then the quarter wore on, and we didn't see Duncan. And the second quarter came, and we didn't see Duncan. And the rest of the game rolled on, and we didn't see Duncan. So I want to ask you first, what do you think the reasoning is behind Duncan Robinson perhaps not being a part of the rotation, at least in Game 1, maybe throughout this series? And then what do you think has to happen to change that moving forward?
The first answer would be because this is a meritocracy after all. And when you go scoreless twice in the previous series and have another game with only 3 points, you kind of slide down the rotation a little bit. So that's factor number one. Factor number two, I believe, is a simple matter of numbers. And that it's funny, Eric Spoelstra lashed out. In first round, remember, I don't only use a 9-man rotation. That's just you talking. This is a playoff rotation. That's fine. But you run out of numbers now that Victor Oladipo is in the rotation and in the wing rotation. I think the only way that Duncan Robinson, through what we saw in Game 1, gets in is if Dwayne Dedmon is out. And here's the reason. You know Tyler Herro is going to be your sixth man. If you need another big because their big stays on the court longer or just want to give Bam some rest, you bring in Dwayne Dedmon. He'll get 3 fouls in 38 seconds. He'll go back to the bench, but he'll come in.
That was epic, by the way.
It was. Poor Dwayne. I felt really bad. He's a really good guy. I felt really bad for him.
By the way, I want to talk about the officiating after this, but go ahead.
But Dwayne is the nicest guy. He brings his little son out there. He dunks the ball with him. He holds him up to the rim. People cheer if you come out early to the arena. Good dude. So you have that. The Heat now also, when you look at how they're playing, so you have Tyler, you have Dwayne, Victor Oladipo, meritocracy, earned his way into the rotation after what he did the final 2 games of the first round. So he's in there. Here's the other factor, though. Now you have to play Caleb Martin, who's been very uneven with his offense for this reason. You need a second person to 94 feet hound James Harden. PJ Tucker at 36 years old, just posted a story at sunsentinel.com about him. Talk about that later. And his hustle, it's only going to go so far. So you're going to have to play Caleb Martin. I've already given you 9 names. So it's a question whether you even go 10 deep. But here's the rub. When you look at the rotation going forward, like we said in our first segment here on the Slomin's Home Shield Inside the Paint show, when you look at the Heat rotation Friday, if Kyle Lowry plays, that pushes Gabe Vincent down a rung. I think, Clay, you and I would both agree, Clay Ferraro and Ira Winderman would both agree that Gabe Vincent deserves to stay somehow in the rotation when Kyle comes back. So all of a sudden, Duncan wouldn't even be a 10th man. He'd be an 11th man. It's simply a matter of numbers. All of that said, I'm going to throw it back at you, probably direction you weren't sort of prepared for. By the way, we should get Slomin's home security things for the bottom of our coffee cups since we're on at 9 in the morning anyway. So that we can get more money out of this.
That's a great idea. I like that.
So I'm still concerned about Victor Oladipo in the second unit when Jimmy Butler comes back in the game. There was talk before Game 1. We asked at practice the other day, and we asked Tyler about it. Can you play with Victor? And Tyler said, of course I can. I'll make it work. He mentioned that yesterday to us also. The difference is Tyler's a three-point shooter. So when he's out there with Vic, if Vic is driving, if Vic is holding the ball, Tyler can space out and hit the threes. Jimmy Butler, I know he's hit some threes in these playoffs. He's not a floor spacer. He's not by nature a three-point shooter. I still find those minutes uneven. When Jimmy rotates back in the rotation, I do think Clay Ferraro, the Heat, by the way, this is a third-person Wednesday. I do believe, Clay Ferraro, that the Heat would be better with Duncan Robinson alongside Jimmy Butler than Victor Oladipo. So when you're asking me sort of where can I wedge in Duncan Robinson, I think it might be in those minutes. Tyler comes in, Victor Oladipo comes in, but when Jimmy comes back, maybe you try to slide Duncan in there. But again, the math and the calculus gets awfully hard when you're going 10, let alone 11 deep.
Well, and for people who weren't following this a few weeks ago, remember when the Heat made those changes to the lineup and the rotation, and then Max Strus was starting, the reasoning behind it was because they wanted to kind of stagger the minutes with the shooters out there to where Jimmy Butler was always surrounded by shooters. And it worked. And obviously,
And Jimmy gushed about that. Jimmy gushed about the new space. Yes.
To me, the issue for the Heat with playing Duncan Robinson is it gives you one more guy that the other team can attack. And to me, it's that simple. And you saw it the other night, by the way. And we can talk as much as we want about how, look, it makes them better offensively. It helps the spacing. How many times in that second quarter in particular did the Sixers come down the floor and just have the ball in the hands of either Harden or Maxey or Tobias Harris was the one that was doing it the most out of any of them. And he just kept taking screens from his teammates until Tyler Herro was guarding him.
Yes.
And if you've got Duncan Robinson out there in the floor, in particular with Tobias Harris out there, when you're talking about, I mean, we could talk positionless all we want, but if you have a small forward out there, and Duncan's natural position in many ways is small forward, and Tobias Harris is coming down the floor, you could start with PJ Tucker on him. You could start with Jimmy Butler on him, but the way the Heat play defense, you're going to have this constant switching, and teams know that. And they're just going to set 3 or 4 different screens until they get the matchup that they want. With Herro out there, it's one thing, and we saw just how good he can be in game one with the ball in his hands. He was the difference maker on the offensive end of the floor. With Duncan Robinson, he has an elite skill when he's on. The problem is, number one, when he's off, and number two, he can't do it by himself. He's not going to create his own shot on the offensive end of the floor, which is what you need come playoff time. So for anybody asking the question, to me, it's as simple as this. You can't have multiple people on the floor against this Philadelphia team who is not going to get their offense from inside. Correct. Unless it's on a drive. You can't have multiple guys on this team on the floor that Philadelphia can attack. And you certainly can't do it if that player can't get his own shot. And so I think there's going to be a place for Duncan at some point as these playoffs wear on. They're going to need him to come out and provide that spacing. But when you're going up against a team like Philadelphia, who's going to do so much ISO stuff, especially with Embiid out, in hindsight, we should have seen it coming, but it just makes sense to make sure that you don't have your worst defender on the floor so the other team can have a really good player isolated.
No, I guess we can sort of coin that the Heat's defenseless squared lineup. If they go in that direction with both of them, maybe, though, my answer to that would be maybe that's when you go zone. Because maybe if Philadelphia can't get the three-pointers, if George Niang is missing, if Furkan Korkmaz comes in and is not making shots, it's Danny Green or bust. So maybe you can pull it off that way, go zone when Jimmy comes back in, cycle back in with Duncan. Again, the Heat's defense was fine last game. You keep Philadelphia to that kind of total, you're going to win every playoff game. The offense was uneven. They got the turnovers down after the first half. That was important. The shooting percentage was never great. Their three-point shooting wasn't great either. So I think sort of Eric Spoelstra has to weigh both of those factors there as well. And also it could be a factor of if Max Strus is off, then Duncan just gets some of the minutes that Max Strus got when he cycled through the rotation also. Look, there's still going to be one more game, I believe, in these playoffs, if they're extended, where Duncan has his 4, 5, 6 three-pointers, because that's what he will do for you. What this does is, and again, I tell people when I write Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com, let's worry about the future for the future. But Clay, you and I both know what's at stake here. We both know that Duncan Robinson is just starting this season a 5-year, $90 million contract. We know the money's going to get tight. We know Tyler Herro's due an extension. We know there might be at least a chance of Victor Oladipo coming back. So I think you're also possibly saying, matter of fact, yes or no, are we seeing the final months of Duncan Robinson, the final weeks of Duncan Robinson as a member of the Miami Heat, Clay Ferraro?
If the Heat have their way, yes. I just wonder how much he's been devalued by what we've seen. And look, his skill is still elite. And when he's on, he's great. I wonder at this point, if you've got the Miami Heat, a team with the reputation of like, man, we find ways to put guys on the floor and put them in positions for success. If the Heat are then telling you, as they are by their actions as this series goes on, we can't find a place for him on the floor in the most meaningful spots, in the most meaningful games, who's gonna take that chance? And maybe it is a team that feels like, all right, we need a shakeup. But I long answer to a short question. My answer would be yes, if they can find a trade partner.
And again, you can sweeten the trade with your number 27 draft choice, which is tradable this year also. Maybe with one of your bit players on a minimum deal that someone else covets also, and do it that way. So it's kind of weird. Duncan Robinson, on one hand, is in a prove-it moment. And on the other hand, might not have the chance to prove it and sort of caught in the middle. But you know what? That's the depth of talent question. I mean, you have a Heat bench right now where Tyler Herro single-handedly outscored Philadelphia's bench in the last game. You're seeing the depth of talent. Well, there's a price to pay for that also. If I'm looking at this Heat roster right now, I'm probably saying to myself, Duncan Robinson, quite possibly not back. I believe Dwayne Dedmon, through no fault of his own, not back, because I think you have to start the Omar Yurtseven clock. Hell, he came in and outscored James Harden in the second half last game.
That's right.
So you at least have to take a look at that. So it's kind of interesting to see that you're also a team that's transitioning while you're trying to win, which honestly is the best of all worlds. That you can have young talent that you know is in the pipeline. You can save yourself some salary cap money. And the biggest question to all of that, and I know I got tangential here because I want to totally screw up your show sheet, but the biggest question that I have right now going forward is this. So again, I'll just throw crap at you and I'll sit back and smile as making you think at the last minute of stuff.
I know where you're going with this, by the way. I know where you're going.
Well, do you? Victor Oladipo?
Victor Oladipo.
Is Victor Oladipo part of the Miami Heat's future?
Nope.
I think that was pretty good on your feet there, Clay.
Because I thought about this and I was actually scrolling through Twitter, which, by the way, is a dangerous thing to do these days. But somebody made a comment that, hey, man, Tyler Herro, he's playing so well, he's going to be in the starting lineup next season. And somebody made the comment, all right, Victor Oladipo, sixth man of the year. Nope. Because Victor Oladipo, based on what he's shown in these playoffs, he has earned himself a bigger contract than the Miami Heat are going to be able to give him. And look,
I'm going to interrupt you there for a second. The Miami Heat can give him all the money in the world. The Miami Heat have bird rights for Victor Oladipo. The Miami Heat, under NBA rules, can offer Victor Oladipo a contract that starts next season at $40 million. The Heat can do that. Of course, there's luxury tax, there's long-term concerns and all that. So the Heat can. The Heat can't, within any sensible salary base, wind up doing that. They have the wherewithal, but they won't because he turned 30 today, by the way. This is Victor Oladipo's birthday. So when you look at his age and where he stands, and also I think Victor wants to lead his own team again. Victor Oladipo, I'm going to put it on you again here, Clay. Screw the show sheet. Victor Oladipo, if he comes back for the Miami Heat, would be where on the overall team hierarchy? In other words, in Indiana, he was the number one guy for a really long time. What's the best? The best if Victor Oladipo shows out was like he was in Game 4 against Atlanta, like he was in Game 5 against Atlanta. What's the best numerologically when you list the Heat's players next season's roster? Where would he fit in?
Very easy, fifth. And that's best case scenario. Behind Jimmy, Bam, Tyler, Kyle.
Okay. So you're only going to pay your number 5 option so much. And this is part of it also. And again, this is a salary cap league. So it's easier for the Heat, for Nick Harrison, for Mickey Harrison to justify also. You have to slot players based on where they are in your hierarchy, or you'll go freaking broke. That might have been the Duncan Robinson mistake because 5 years, 90. Matter of fact, okay, I love this game here because I don't have to think Wednesday Clay does. Right now, Duncan Robinson, Heat hierarchy, this team going forward. So you're going to shave some names. Where does he fall number-wise?
I mean, look, I think, unfortunately, they're giving you that answer, unfortunately, for Duncan. And look, I think, I mean, if you're telling me offensively and what he brings, and obviously there's still an elite skill set there. But, man, Ira, the defense is bad. It's bad. And look, I know he's worked really hard on it. So, I mean, if you're asking me to throw out a number, I mean, 8th, 9th, 10th, I mean, and if that, and that's when he's on.
So you have one sort of mispaid player there. With Victor, you'd have another. Here's one more I'm going to throw at you. Caleb Martin's had a wonderful season. Caleb Martin has a unique value for the Heat. And yet, if we were to go through next season's Heat roster, Caleb Martin would probably come in maybe 7th or 8th man. That's the way I'm looking at it right now. Probably wouldn't start. Probably you'd have one wing ahead of him reserve, maybe even Yurtseven if he gets a chance. And even Caleb Martin, you can offer up to, it's a weird sort of scale. He's a early bird free agent. The Heat, he's a restricted free agent. The Heat can match outside offers up to their limitations. The Heat's limitation would be about a 4-year, $44 million contract. Do you want to get in the Tyler Johnson situation again, where you're talking about a 9th man? Remember, Tyler was 4 years, $50 million. And at the end, I know it was backloaded, that contract, and it made it more difficult. So you have those decisions also. So I'm bringing this full circle for this reason. I wasn't planning to get tangential, but hey, that's what Wednesday mornings are here for on the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint. This Heat team will not look the same after this season. Live in the moment. Enjoy the moment. Worry about Duncan Robinson and Caleb Martin and Victor Oladipo in the future. It's all about now. So this takes us full circle to where we started this segment. So when you're asking me, should Duncan Robinson be in the rotation? Should Victor Oladipo get more minutes? It's all about now. It's all about getting those remaining 11 wins you need to get an NBA championship. You have 5 of them down. You still have more to go.
And Carlos makes the comment, Duncan just didn't step up here in his contract and then it didn't play to it. I think the thing with Duncan, he's no different of a player than the player that they gave a lot of money to. Now, he did go through some struggles early in the season. I still believe, because he's not the only one who was asked about this, I still believe the new basketball caused some issues. It was a transition. Paul George went through it, mentioned it, CJ McCollum. I mean, a lot of really good shooters talked about but unfortunately, he's never been a good defender. Unfortunately, he's always been the one that officials have their eye on when there's contact, and he just seems to get the ball. At some point, when you're talking about playoff basketball, and when you're talking about the type of depth that Miami has, and you know that defensive stops are the most important thing in the league when it gets down to the postseason, and you have a guy that can't help you get one, and you have a bunch of other guys who can, it's that simple. And so I think, unfortunately for Duncan, it's not that like he stopped doing what made him good. He's had some issues, obviously, like everybody goes through. It's just that the Heat have better options. It's a great problem to have, and it's what's going to make this team potentially a championship.
And on the way out of the segment, my thought is everything changed around Duncan Robinson. I think Duncan Robinson stayed who Duncan was, but then Kyle Lowry came in. Then Bam took a little bit more of an offensive bent. Then Max Strus stepped up, to use Eric Spoelstra's word, 10x, and became that much better of a player. Then Victor Oladipo got back into the mix in late March and took a spot. So I don't think Duncan has changed. I think Duncan very much is the same as who he was. The roster evolved. That's why this season, instead of being a number 6 seed, the Heat are a number 1 seed because of everything else they did in the offseason, because of the evolution of the season. So sometimes, you know the phrase, if you're staying in place, sometimes you fall behind. I think that's what happened to Duncan Robinson. And I believe this, he was, is, and always will be basically the same player. I know Eric Spoelstra says we can't put people in boxes, but Duncan Robinson is in a box. Great three-point shooter. Can be electric, can change games. Eric Spoelstra's word, ignitable for periods of time. But that's who he is at his 5-year, $90 million contract. And you know what, Clay? The train left the station and everyone else moved forward and Duncan stayed in place. So I don't think any of this is on Duncan. He is who he is. He's the same Duncan Robinson. His team got better. His team got to championship level.
Coming up next, let's spin this thing forward and talk about what may happen tonight. And I also want to talk about the worst officiating in an NBA playoff game I have ever seen. That was awful in game 1. I'm going to run through the break right here. You guys send me out because we're going to talk about that a lot more right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Slomin's low-cost monitoring rates and how it can save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
The timeout is over. The Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Slomin's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Home stretch here on Inside the Paint. Ira taking off the glasses, so we're ready to rock. Some housekeeping here. Avora asked about Kyle Lowry. We talked about him in the first segment. But just to kind of put a capper on that, I think if the series were different, Ira, I think you agree, there may be a little bit more urgency to play him. But to kind of steal Ira's words, the goal is not to beat the Philadelphia 76ers. The goal is to win the NBA championship. And at this point, it just makes more sense to make sure you get to that 2-week mark if you wait until Friday at the very least, and so then Kyle comes back, and I think you feel a little bit better about him.
Sure, but also let's not over-explain it, because download the damn podcast, listen to the whole first segment on the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint show.
Want to talk about Tyler Herro winning the Sixth Man of the Award in a little bit, but I have to rail on the officiating from Game 1. Ira, I would like to say that I try not to be this guy, but I am. I am a prisoner of the moment. I do go off on officiating potentially. That was the worst officiated game that I can remember for an entire stretch of a game in the NBA postseason, for a few reasons. Number one, it was like the officials were imagining stuff that they were calling. Some of the calls, I think at least one or two of them on Dedmon, right? There were so many bad calls where when you looked at the replay, what are you even watching? There wasn't even contact.
And it went both ways.
Yes. And I want to be clear about that, by the way. It was both ways. And I'm going to explain myself on that in a minute. But it was like they were anticipating contact and then blowing the whistle after it didn't happen, which is the cardinal sin for an official in the playoffs. You cannot do in the regular season. That's one thing. In the playoffs, you have to call what you see. You can't anticipate. And there was too much of that garbage as the game went on. It was awful to watch. And the other thing, Ira, they missed blatant fouls. I mean, Tyler Herro absolutely smacked James Harden on the arm, on the shooting arm, on a three-pointer, and it badly affected the shot. And officials were there in position. How do you not see that? And then Jimmy Butler drove to the basket at one point. Ira, they smacked him in the head to the point where it knocked his headband back. And Jimmy's sitting there adjusting the headband, looking around like, guys, what are you – Ira, it was the exact same action that got Draymond Green the first part of his flagrant 2 foul against Memphis the other night. The second part of it was when he grabbed his jersey and threw him down. But Ira was like, how can you on one end imagine fouls and anticipate fouls that are about to happen and call them when they don't, and then miss completely blatant fouls? And this is where, like, after the game, James Harden was asked about the defense that the Heat played on him, and he said no comment. And, like, if you go back through that game, James Harden got a lot of calls that he should not have. But he also should have gotten a couple that he didn't. And so I can understand why he would make a comment like that. And to put a bow on this thing, Ira, and this is kind of, to spin this forward a little bit. The only way I think that without Embiid out there, that Philly can beat Miami is by a game being disjointed, a lot of strange calls, the game kind of getting in the mud to where James Harden is getting those fouls that he used to get over and over again. And I think he got a little bit of that in game one. And it was part of the reason why Philly was able to get a lead at halftime. Then in the second half, it didn't matter. So what I want to see moving forward, Ira, is a game that is officiated like an NBA playoff game should be, which is you only call the fouls that you see. A game where when you see an obvious call, you don't hesitate because you realize that you just called one you shouldn't have the previous possession. And a game where you don't see this disjointed mess, because that's not what playoff basketball is about. Look, you want to see tough defense. You don't want the thing to necessarily be quite as free-flowing and like an international game, maybe like regular season games are, but you do want to let players play. And Ira, the product got to the point where it was unwatchable, and it was because of the officiating. And I don't want to see that again the rest of the series or the rest of these playoffs.
But I will say this. Any game involving James Harden has the potential for just that. Because James Harden plays more of the game looking to draw fouls than looking to actually put the ball through the hoop. So when you wind up calling a James Harden game, it naturally devolves into that. I can't stand watching the guy. Not saying he's not a great talent.
Agree.
Not saying he's maybe the best scorer of this generation going up there with Steph and some other guys. But the way he does it is so unpalatable. Constantly hunting for the contact, contorting his body, throwing him places. So I think that naturally throws the officiating off in any series that he's working, because you have to contend with that. You don't want to blow the whistle too much, so maybe you swallow the whistle. Then he fools you, so you wind up calling it. You had a foul where Tyler Herro got 3 free throws on the three-point attempt. Matisse Thybulle didn't foul him. You had plays where both teams were out of bounds, wasn't called. Matter of fact,
Yes.
The one out of bounds call that was made was by Secaucus and the replay officials when they took away a Max Strus three-pointer, because in replay they saw that. And I'm saying this to myself, wait a minute. In the last seconds of the first Golden State game in the playoffs against Memphis, the official said, we can't rule on the out-of-bounds play. You have to challenge it or it's a rule. But in the first quarter of a game, Secaucus can take over the NBA replay center and wipe off a three-pointer on an innocuous early game play. So the rules are naturally off there. I don't think the officiating gets better in this series for 2 reasons. 1, James Harden, and 2, Joel Embiid's a foul machine. So if he's going to come back, I mean, you talk about a big, strong, burly kind of guy who's flailing as well. So you're going to have some of that as well. Jimmy likes to get his contact. I think you're going to wind up seeing a very choppy series unless one team absolutely gets going at three-pointers. Then the game goes to the perimeter more. Then it's just over the top. Otherwise, I think that's, Clay, how it's setting up to play out.
But if you're an official, be better, man. Like, you know James Harden. You know what he's going to do. Like, if you're going to anticipate anything. And by the way, I have never been one to criticize officials for a late call. If you make a call late, but you get it right, man, I don't care. I would rather you wait, process it for a half a second, and say, did I really just see a guy get hit, or am I just imagining this? And again, obviously we look at this from a Heat perspective because that's the team that you cover. But what was hard to watch for me was you're watching where they're calling these, like, they anticipate the foul, or it's just a little bit of contact and they try to decide which way. But then blatant stuff where Jimmy's driving to the basket and he's getting smacked, and it's obvious, man. And it's almost like in those moments they're like, okay, we're going to let this go because it's playoff basketball. But the ticky-tack stuff they're calling, and so it almost felt like to me, Ira, that they were trying to allow them to play, but then they were imagining the calls on it. It was odd. And anyway, I'm over it. I'm done. I want to see better officiating going forward. Be better. If you know that James Harden is going to do that, be better. Understand. Know that it's coming. Don't anticipate. That's it. I'm done. Happier stuff.
I am very afraid if Clay does a live stand-up during this series, he will run out on the court at a certain point. So you might need to be restrained.
and this is where I'm at with this, Ira. Like, and I always hear this, and it bothers me. And I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but I'm not. You say, oh, it's the human element. You talk about with the umpiring in baseball, the human element. Let's. Oh no, we don't want to do quest deck. We don't want to do robotic strike and ball call. The human element. The human element is about the competitors. It's not about the officials. It's not about the. Be better. Like, anticipate this. You're supposed to be the best officials. You're supposed to be out there and calling things right. It's the playoffs. Let the players play. Let the best players decide the game. Anyway, I could spend 2 more hours on this. Tyler Herro, 6th Man of the Year award. There's no easy transition. Let's be happy. And 96 out of 100 first place votes, Ira. You saw some of this stuff, and I never think that it was in doubt. But it was kind of funny to me over the last couple of weeks where this perception of who Tyler Herro is from people who don't watch the Heat play. You hear this inefficient shot chucker is like the catcher. Watch a game, man. Like, watch the guy come off the bench. Look, all right, maybe there were points in his first couple of seasons where it felt like he didn't quite have the feel for the NBA game yet that a veteran would. But, man, the only time that he ever chucks is as a heat check or when, frankly, they got nothing else going and they need somebody to come in and do just that. And by the way, more often than not, it's for good reason and it works out. But that's the perception of media and where, like, maybe other teams who don't watch the Heat play on a regular basis may feel. But it was great to me that when you have 100 first place votes, 96 of them clearly got it right. And I mean, the margin of victory for Herro was such to where it was kind of like, okay, at least the people who are actually voting on this stuff get it. And they know what Herro is all about.
Yeah, it was the most lopsided result so far of the results. I think it'll be the most lopsided going forward. Monty Williams as Coach of the Year might be up there when that balloting comes out. Eric Spoelstra's a finalist there. But I think you're going to see that here. And it's really interesting, because Tyler did a Zoom session with us after he won the award with the local media, and he doesn't want to win this award again. He wants to be a starter. He's like, I did that, and he said his next goal is all-star. He says, got my award, I want to be an all-star. Well, 90%, if not more, 99% of all-stars are starting players. So let's spin this forward a little. Tyler Herro is abdicating his crown as 6th Man award winner. He's going to let someone else have it. Kevin Love, if you do it again, you can have it. Cam Johnson, whatever. But when you look at this Heat lineup going forward, Clay, would you be comfortable, Bam at center, a PJ Tucker or the next PJ Tucker? We've had PJ Tucker, we've had Jay Crowder, that type of complementary four. Are you comfortable with Tyler Herro, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry as your 3-man wing rotation going forward for at least the next 2 coming seasons as Kyle Lowry's contract plays out?
Yeah, because basically you're just slotting Tyler Herro into the Max Strus slot, and you're going to bring Strus off the bench, and I'm okay with that.
For you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm okay with that because I think Strus he gives you enough spacing, right? And I think with that second unit, you just have to figure out how to stagger the minutes.
No, I know that. I'm saying in the first unit, if you take Strus out and put Herro in there, I think with Lowry's 3-point shooting and Tyler's 3-point shooting, even though it's not spot up 3-point shooting, you probably would need to play a stretch 4 in that role. So for all the people sort of clamoring for Bam and Yurt, I don't see that in a starting lineup where Tyler Herro is in there also. But if that's what he's angling for and that's what Tyler's looking for, you're probably saying either PJ Tucker back again if he's willing, although I think he felt slighted. Milwaukee last season would only give him a minimum. The Heat this year below the mid-level. So if the Heat have success, even at 37, Tuck might look for a little bit more. So you might have to go for your next Jay Crowder type right there. But I do think it would be trending that way. And it's very interesting. This almost takes our entire show full circle. Again, not going to go back into stuff. Download the damn podcast. But so if Tyler Herro moves in the starting lineup, and you're starting, for argument's sake, Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Tyler Herro, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry, Victor Oladipo would be a great 6th man. He would fill that role terrifically. Can you get Victor Oladipo, 2-3 years removed from All-NBA and All-Star, to accept that kind of role? If you do, so now we've got you to download segment 1 of the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint and segment 2 of Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint. We discuss contract structure going forward. then I'd feel comfortable giving Vic a little bit more money to be my sixth man, to basically be sixth in my rotation, but fifth in my heart, and he moves up a little. I just don't know. I really think if you were to ask Victor Oladipo, Vic, starting next season, are you ready to make a career out of being a sixth man? I think you might get the sour Vic face. But if you don't, that might be the perfect answer to all of this.
Yeah, and look, I feel like, and I'm not going to say you can't, because I said that in the last segment, you corrected me. I don't see a fiscally responsible way where you bring back PJ Tucker and Victor Oladipo. And I think both are well within their rights to go and seek as much money as they can find, and they should. In my opinion, now this is probably going to be unpopular. With this core, I almost think it's more important to bring back PJ Tucker than it would be to bring back Victor Oladipo. I just think that you're talking about.
But still, the starting lineup I gave you, if you start Bam and Tuck for argument's sake, and Tyler and Jimmy and Kyle, with what you have in place right now, if it's not Victor Oladipo, you don't have another shot creator off the bench. You'd have Duncan Robinson, three-point shooter, Max Strus, three-point shooter, Caleb Martin, three-point shooter, 3-and-D kind of player. So you wouldn't have necessarily another player like that unless your first-round pick and Javonte Smart, Haywood Highsmith, he's not a shot creator. So it's interesting. You move Tyler up one rung because he's earned it and deserved it. But then if you don't bring Vic back, you're going to have to sort of find on the cheap another shot creator to slot in there. So it's this interesting how it all dovetails.
Here's your solution, and we're running out of time. I do want to finish with looking ahead to tonight. But your solution to me would be start it to make Tyler happy, but then stagger, maybe take him out a little bit earlier to where then he comes in when the other guys are out, and you have him out there with the Strus. So you kind of stagger the minutes maybe a little bit differently. And I think Spo, if anything, has shown that he can be fluid with that over his career. So I think there's your solution. Tonight, you tell me, because Jim Barry from CBS 4 asked Spo after the game. I thought it was hilarious. He said, hey, Spo, what adjustments can you see Philadelphia making? And Spo goes, Jim, I'm not there. You got to give me some time here. Ira Winderman, last few seconds of this show, what adjustments can Philly make, and do you think it'll matter tonight?
I think a lot more attack mode from James Harden, a lot less DeAndre Jordan, playing a lot of small ball. And the adjustment from Philly is this. George Niang, Danny Green, their three-point shooters have to make threes. If their three-point shooters get going early, completely different game. If their three-point shooters don't get going early, can't be a different game. Make or miss right now. That's all Philly has in their arsenal. That's all they have left. They have to make the long ball.
Great stuff, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Game 2 tonight. Hopefully next week we're talking about another very successful Heat run. Join us again next week. The Big O Show rolls on next, right here.
You've been listening to the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Slomin's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The views viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Everybody, welcome aboard. Good morning, boys and girls. Let me put this here so we can actually hear ourselves. Hello. Hope you all are doing well. Let me move this way so we're a little more centered. There we go. Good morning and good job by the boys. As always, a little inside the paint, little Slomin's inside the paint. Tonight we get game 2. We'll see if the Miami Heat take care of business here in game 2. Again, what you don't want to do is what happened last night. That's what you don't want to do. Now, the difference between Philadelphia and Washington is that the Sixers have no championship pedigree. The Washington Capitals have 9 players that have championship pedigree. And so what happened last night, if you're wondering why Brunette does not have the interim tag off of him, this is it. And last night, I got to tell you, this is what we've been waiting for the whole year. You know, the regular season doesn't mean anything anymore for the Florida Panthers. And the performance last night was unacceptable. That's all. Now, can they go on and win the next 4? Yeah, there's no doubt. But today and last night and until tomorrow's game, the Panthers deserve a serious verbal ass whipping. Okay, that's the bottom line. Listen, Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu have done everything they can possibly do. The team is loaded. You had the best record in the NHL, not the conference, the NHL. You're playing against a team that you are superior to. And this is what you do? I mean, after all this shit that's gone on all year long, the Panthers know their reputation. They know their history. Barkov, Huberdeau, and Ekblad should know it better than anybody else that you're known as chokers. You're known as you have accomplished absolutely nothing in the postseason. They should know. And by the way, where was Barkov and Huberdeau yesterday? I'm sorry. Did we put them on a milk carton? Now, listen, let me tell you something. The biggest choke job in the history of South Florida sports is Jimmy Johnson and the '86 Canes. There's no bigger choke job in the history of South Florida sports than Jimmy Johnson and the '86 Canes. Well, these Florida Panthers are about to make a run for number 1. So if you want to avoid number 1 or 1B, because it's hard to beat the '86 Canes, there are no bigger chokers than the '86 Canes. They may not like to hear that, but you had no business losing to Penn State. And of course, Jimmy Johnson's incredibly stupid and allowed Vinny Testaverde to continue to pass the ball and get intercepted instead of just handing it off to Alonzo Highsmith and easily win the game. Easily. There's no bigger choke job in the history of South Florida sports than the 86 Canes. They had no business losing to Penn State. They were the best team in college football by miles. And in my eyes, by the way, that's the greatest football team ever. And they didn't win it. Okay? That's how loaded I believe that team was. But they had their heads up their ass, and they didn't get it done. And they had a coach that also obviously had his head up his ass, and that's why they didn't win. But there are no bigger chokers in the history of South Florida sports than the 86 Canes. Okay, so if the Panthers want to join the 86 Canes, because that's as painful as it gets. You know, when the Dolphins lost to the Niners, they weren't better than the Niners. So, you know, whatever. You know, it sucks, but Marino and company weren't better than the Niners. So the better team won. You know, we've had some other teams that have let us down, but you can understand why they let you down. The 86 Canes had no reason to let you down, and they let you down. None whatsoever. The 2022 Panthers, okay, have no reason to let you down. Zero. I hope they understand that. And you know what? This is going to be a hell of a test for them tomorrow, because we're going to see how puckered up those butts are going into tomorrow night, because they know if they go down 2-0, then they put themselves in a really deep hole. And against the team that, yeah, you're better, but they've won the championship. They've won the cup. They've had more success than you have in the postseason. So you got to do something about it. I'm sorry, but we got to lay it there on the floor right in front of the Panthers. And this is, you can't point the fingers at the owners. This is all on the players and the coach. It's their responsibility. They have everything and anything they need to win. Just like Jimmy Johnson and the 86 Canes. They had everything. They had zero excuses to lose. They were playing an inferior opponent, and they played right into that opponent's hands because they had terrible coaching that day. Some of the worst coaching I've ever seen in my life by Jimmy Johnson. So if the Panthers want to join some special company in the choking ass department, they continue down this path. And I don't want to hear about the referees, and I don't want to hear about anything. Get it done, bro. Get it done. And Huberdeau and Barkov, I mean, this is your legacy, dude. This is your legacy, Huberdeau and Barkov and Ekblad. Do you guys want to be known as the guys that came up? You scored all these points and goals and assists and everything, but then when it came to the real deal, you were chokers? You were yellow bellies? Is that what you want to be known as? Because that's what you're going to be known as. And if the Florida Panthers want to win over South Florida, this is where you win South Florida over, because South Florida is sitting there going, same old Panthers. After all this shit, this time around, they're the best team in the league. You know, that one year they had the 12-game winning streak and got to 101, 103 points, whatever the hell it was, and then you just choked out in the playoffs. And when you looked at that whole season, you noticed that really the 12-game winning streak was the season. They weren't really that good before. They weren't really that good after. It was the 12-game winning streak that made the whole season. So it's up to you now. Huberdeau, Barkov, Ekblad. This is your legacy. Giroux will leave. Bennett will leave eventually, all of these other guys. But you're the root of the tree. You're the guys that supposedly the jerseys will be hanging in the rafters for you. So eventually they'll be hanging in the rafters one way or another. But you don't want people looking up going, yeah, those guys were good, but man, they never got it done. So we cannot ask any more of the owners. We have some of the best owners in all of hockey and in pro sports. I believe Viola and Sifu are some of the best owners in all of pro sports. They've done everything that this team needed. They overload. You know what this reminds me of? 97 Marlins. That's what the Panthers are. The 97 Marlins. Huizinga went out, spent more money, brought you in a bunch of guys, Dalton and Eisenreich and all that, and just went to another level. The team was already loaded in 97, and then by the trading deadline, Dombrowski made more moves. And we're like, holy shit, these people aren't screwing around. And they went on to win the World Series. Well, Viola and Sifu just did that also with Giroux and company. The owners are awesome. Awesome. It's up to Brunette now and this team to get it done. And the three-headed monster that is supposed to lead this team, those are the guys that I'm supposed to. What happened last night with John Morant? I want to see Huberdeau, Barkov, and Ekblad go John Morant. Remember John Morant after the first game loss? He was hurting, bro. He was hurting. He was standing there. I forgot if he was leaning on the scorer's table or he was leaning on the backstop of the backboard. I forgot which one, but he was like taking in the loss. I love players like that. I love players that feel the loss. And I want to know how much did Huberdeau and Barkov. You watched Morant last night, what, 47, right? 47, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and considering how much he has the ball in his hand, only 2 turnovers. That's one some bitch that was focused on saying, no. And they're not the favorites. The Warriors are the favorites, not the Grizz. But you weren't going to deny that kid because his heart doesn't fit in the damn building. So Huberdeau, Barkov, Ekblad, show me your heart doesn't fit in the building. Show me tomorrow night that what happened last night was an aberration and that you're going to go on to kick the Capitals' ass over the next couple of games. So it's not a matter of panicking or anything like that, but it's a matter of giving them a stern talk about what the hell are you doing? Why did you earn all these points? Why'd you get the President's Cup? To do this bullshit last night? Because that's what I would be. I'm Brunette. I'd be facing this team going, what'd you guys do all this work for? To play like this dog shit last night? So I hope the Panthers, wake the hell up, because there are no excuses anymore. There's no more, they're young guys and they're learning and it's got to develop. And no, there's no more excuses. There's no more time. There's no more nothing. Okay? It's over for the Florida Panthers. Wake the hell up or break it up. I mean, seriously. If you end up flopping here, who will ever depend on Barkov, Huberdeau, and Ekblad ever again? If you flop here, never again. So that's the other thing that it's tough for the organization. They've done everything right. If the players don't get it done, they're trying to cross that threshold of trust. The Heat has it, right? They don't have it. Nobody has it except the Heat in this town. Wake up. Wake up, Panthers. That was pathetic last night. Absolutely pathetic. And that interim tag, well, you'll end up being released at the end of this series if you don't get it done, because you're not coming back. You won't. That's the reason why. They knew that this team was practically on cruise control when they got rid of the coach. So they're like, yeah, Brunette, yeah, we'll take, people, you got to take the interim tag off. No. We'll wait till the playoffs, because even in the organization, they know the regular season doesn't mean shit. Show me what you can do in the playoffs. And last night, man, God, that was disgusting. That was embarrassing. That was pathetic. Giving away the breakaways, and it just sad, man. Sad. And let me tell you, I do worry about Bob. Still, can he be special in those moments again? Brett Dodger says it's only one game in. Nah, I don't play that bullshit. That's fine if it's a team that's proven, like the Heat. If the Heat organization loses a game, I don't worry about it. It's the Heat. It's Spo. What's proven about the Panthers? What? We're trying to establish that. So you can't sit back and say, oh, well, it's just one game. Yeah, it is one game, but it's big for them. When you haven't accomplished shit, and all of a sudden now, after all this, you lose your first game to a lesser seed. You're not even playing the number 2 seed. No. You're playing one of the worst teams in the playoffs. Yeah, no. That's the blind ass fan that wants to fool themselves and say, well, it's only one game. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. They need, I hope Brunette gave them a tongue lashing like they deserve. And especially Ekblad, Huberdeau, and Barkov. Those 3 guys deserve all the heat in the world. Okay, this is their team. These are they're the centerpiece. They need to be John Morant. So you can say, Brett, it's only one game, but you got to do better than that, man. Got to do way better than that. Because, yes, sir, I've seen my Capitals choke many times in the playoffs. Yeah, but the Capitals have the experience. That's the last thing. That team is the one you don't want to give any life to, and they gave them life yesterday. Very disappointing for the Florida Panthers. Incredibly disappointing. Total choke job. But if they want to be with the 86 Canes as some of the greatest chokers in the history of time here in South Florida, they can go ahead and they can join them. I am right? There is no bigger choker than the 86 Canes, right? Is there a bigger choker in the history of South Florida sports than the 86 Canes? I don't think so, right? I don't think we've ever had a team that was that dominant and should have won whatever title they were at and then lost it. I don't think there's anybody like the 86 Canes. They are probably in a class absolutely by themselves. Big O, I mentioned this, bad timing for the collapse when they played the Lightning and the Bruins. Yeah. But it's all about tomorrow night, my friend. It's all about getting back on track, and then you better go to Washington and you better start taking care of business. It's not that, because if you end up, you shouldn't end up even in a 7-game slug out with this team. That'll be sad too. You should eliminate these guys 4 straight, now 5 at least. You're way better than them, man. Where was that offense yesterday? Terrible. Now, the 0-1 Canes, they stole that from them. No, that was a terrible call by the referee. I can't blame that. And Ohio State was really good too, by the way. It wasn't like Ohio State was not, Like Penn State was a good team, but they were nowhere near the 86 games. And the Capitals are a decent team, but they're nowhere near this Panther team. This Panther team should be way better. So no, I completely disagree with you on the 0-1. That's a terrible call on your part. That was more a referee making ghost calls in the end zone more than anything else. Samuel says, I literally came into town a few days early for Mother's Day to go watch them lose live. Sorry, man. Dougie Fresh says, I'm concerned for performers. Mark Twain said, humor is tragedy plus time. What hurts can be funny. Comedians are artists who we desperately need to protect from morons rushing the stage. Dougie Fresh is talking about somebody rushed the stage on Chappelle I think it was last night, and they got the guy tackled and everything and all that, and Chappelle handled it with a lot of class. And you kind of expect that this is what's going to end up happening, right? So it's sad, but you're going to have security now. That's all. You're going to have security standing in front of the stage, like you do with concerts. That's what's going to end up happening with comedy now. Comedy will be the same as regular concerts. You've always had security in the front for people to stop them from rushing the stage and arrest them and all that kind of stuff. Well, this guy apparently, had like a plastic gun or something. I don't know. But anyway, so, they tackled the guy. Chappelle handled it like a champ. So I see, the thing is, sometimes I try to, I can't say I do it all the time because probably don't, but I try to be, sometimes if I can do something somewhat responsible, I try. Notice that you'll see shows all over the country when OJ puts out tweets about things, they play it up. I don't, because I don't want to glorify that loser in any way, shape, or form. And I was actually going to kind of stay away because I don't want to glorify this, because I don't want other people thinking about doing this, that kind of stuff. So it's certain times you just don't want to, you want to avoid certain things. What's the other thing that I avoid? Somebody else, David Sampson. I never play him. And if you notice, I just, there's just certain people. Why am I going to give them more airtime? Why am I going to pay them more attention? There are certain things like people will go, that's like their go-to, they'll go get David Sampson to talk about this or that. And it's like, dude, this guy's like pure scum of the earth. So just because for shock value, you're going to bring him on to talk about a stadium issue or something like that, when he's the thief that helped, fool these idiots that run our governments. So if you notice, and if you watch the show, notice how I never do some of those things. Everybody else does, but I don't. And it's not because, and I don't need it. You know what I mean? What I need to make fun of OJ for? Why do I need to even glorify that loser? Samson, why do I need to glorify that loser? And then last night, what happened with Chappelle, I didn't even write it down. I saw it, but I just I was like, I don't want to talk about this. But you brought it up, so, but just so you'll know, if you've noticed, if you watch every day, you'll notice that you'll never see there are certain things that I'll choose to leave out of the show, but yet you'll see it almost everywhere else. And that's by choice, because I just feel like there are certain things that we shouldn't glorify. And, things like that are just things I try to stay away from if I can. Ohio State was 0-2. Yes, exactly. 0-1 they won, 0-2 they lost. Right. The 0-2 one is, but I think he means because it was 0-1 season, you played an 0-2. I think that's kind of what he means. Let's see, what else do we have here? Big O homies, hit the like button, says Greater Good. That's right. Hit that like button while you're watching the show, while you're listening to the podcast, day or night, as always. Appreciate it. Chris Rock was on stage asking Dave if it was Will Smith. Yeah, I saw the comments. I saw the video. I saw the audio. I saw the audio of the guy outside and all that. Yeah, I saw it. Big O kind of concerned about the Panthers goalie. I've been concerned about the Panthers goalie since they signed him, bro. Since they signed Bobrovsky, I haven't been convinced. I think he came here for a vacation and came to get the sun, and I think he lost his edge. If you want me to be quite honest about Bobrovsky, I think Bobrovsky lost the eye of the tiger. Okay? You know how Mickey and no, it was Apollo Creed. That was it was Rocky III, right? That he had to get back the eye of the tiger and to fight Clubber Lang, correct? And I think Bobrovsky had the eye of the tiger when he shut down Tampa in a Columbus uniform, 4 years ago now, right? So that Bobrovsky, gone. The second he got to Florida and signed that fat ass contract, I don't think he expected to be in this position. I think he thought this would be the same old Florida Panthers. They suck in the playoffs, so it wouldn't matter to me. Even if they do get to playoffs, we luck out and get enough points. Nobody will say anything about me. But now all of a sudden he's on a really good team, and they need him to be on his head. And, I don't see a guy that's special. You know what I mean? And so, and I love George, and we have him on every week, and he and I go back and forth, and he's not nearly as concerned, but I am. I've been concerned about it from day one. So, but I just think he lost his edge completely. I just think he's not that guy anymore. Sucks. Morning, Big O. Omar says he's behind Tua, and then he brings up Tua work ethic, and he's got a player, and I hate it when so-called fans do our team players instead of supporting team. Well, he's not there to support. Okay? He's there to cover the team. Joe Schad is not there to be a cheerleader. Neither is Cameron Wolf, and neither is Marcel Louis-Jacques. None of these guys are there to do that. They're there to cover the team and call it like they see it. Okay? My only thing with Omar is, don't tell me you're a believer, bro. That's all. That's all. You can at least, Alan Poupart openly has his doubts and says it. You know what I mean? So that's fine. Joe Schad has his doubts. Joe Schad has replaced Tua like 8 times throughout the last year. Okay, so Joe Schad's on record, not a Tua believer either. And neither is Omar. Omar goes completely wishy-washy. He goes from the guy that was drooling watching Tua at the podium, right? Because if you watch him, he's like, and he was the first guy on the Tua, draft Tua. And then all of a sudden, he has changed his tune, and he has found all kinds of negative stuff to say about Tua, that he doesn't believe that the kid is going to be a quarterback. And that's fine, man. There's nothing wrong with those of you that don't believe Tua is going to be the quarterback. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. We disagree. We disagree wholeheartedly, but that's fine. You see it your way. I see it my way, but I just don't bullshit. That's the difference. And I don't allow anybody to bullshit me. So I love Omar, but you can't tell me that you're a Tua believer and then you go on to say all these other things that shows you're really not a Tua believer. So you can't have it both ways. And I know why you're doing it, because eventually if he plays well, I said he always had the ability to step, and if he doesn't play, I always thought his arm strength and his height and this, that, and so you can't play both ways. And I get it. You know why Omar does that? What have we also exposed on the show with my man Omar? Does he take the L? Does he take the L? No. Even when there is an L to take, he doesn't take the L. Now, most of us are normal human beings that we're going to screw up and we're going to get things wrong. Okay? And I'm the first guy to tell you, I got this right and I got this wrong. Okay? I don't mind. I'm going to take the L. What do you think? I'm going to win every argument, guess everything right, pick every right player, pick every right coach, pick every right game? Get the hell out of here. Nobody does that. So that's the other thing with my man Omar. He doesn't take the L. So he's trying to prepare himself so he doesn't take the L either way, but he's going to take the L on this show. Joe Shad will take the L on this show. Alan Poupar will take the L on this show when my man balls out. And some of you will be taking the L when he balls out. Just admit it when you have the L. That's all. There's nothing wrong with it. Trust me. I've had this fly. See, I don't know if it crosses the screen, but I've had this fly in this house for the entire week. Bastard won't leave. Anyway, John Young says, I can picture out-of-shape Omar running in the hot NFL sun, chasing down the bandwagon bus and Big O driving, just waving. Yeah, baby. Later, Omar. See ya. Bobrovsky wasn't the problem last night. Where was the offense? I only saw Duclair playing hard last night. Tony, you are right. He had one shot to be, the Ovechkin one in the breakaway. I'd like for you to stone him. I want you to step up and show me some special. But you're right. He wasn't necessarily the problem last night. But, Tony, I still don't trust him. I still don't trust him that he can be special. And I'm talking about not special for a shot or two. I'm talking about a game. I'm talking about a couple of games. I'm talking about getting on a roll. Tony, I don't see that, my brother. And Bob. I just don't. So, I don't know about you, but I don't feel good about Bobrovsky. I never have. I felt good about the signing, and then once I saw him play, since then, I've never felt good about Bobrovsky at any time. I never feel like I can trust him. Is Ronnie Cycli a good DJ? Jesse, I'm not the guy to ask about DJing. Back in the 80s, okay, it's a little different ball game. But nowadays, no, I'm not the guy to ask. So I don't know. Don't keep up with it. I'm in Vegas, and I'm not going to go see Diplo or what are some of the guys that are here that I always see on the billboards? Diplo and not Deadmau5. It's that guy. Damn it. It's a guy's name now. See, I said the whole DJ thing. But there's always a few here in Vegas. Diplo is one you see all the damn time. I don't know if he's here right now, but that's one of the signs I always see. This golf thing pisses me off. I think I would be proven that his golfing is interfering with his development at QB. How stupid is that? And if you believe that the golfing gets in the way of his QBing, it's just ridiculous. Omar fails to recognize golf is great for your hip movement. Yes, of course it is. I want one of the worst things that kids do nowadays. The best thing that kids did back in my day was you played all sports. The only thing we didn't play was hockey. And hell, I had roller hockey in my private school, so I was able to play that. But that's the best thing that you do is actually play all sports. You're playing football one day with the fellas, then you're playing basketball, then you're playing baseball, then you're skateboarding, then you're throwing frisbee. That, you want anything and everything that has to do with athleticism and hand-eye coordination and all of that. I think that makes you a way better athlete in any sport if you're playing all kinds of sports. The only thing that wasn't common also was soccer for us. In Little Havana, you don't play soccer. There was only soccer and PE. That's it. But after school and all that, we didn't play soccer. You know what I mean? But there are a ton of other things, whether we were dirt biking, whether skateboarding, frisbee at the Grove, what's that, at that Vita course? All kinds of things, man. That's kind of what you do. I think that's great for athletes, period, to be doing all kinds of things. Racquetball was another thing I played a lot at, sports rooms. I think that's every kid should be brought up that way, I think. But whatever. It is what it is. So yes, if you can do a little golf, that's going to help you for sure. Big O Studio is a no-fly zone. These Vegas flies best learn. Yeah, man, it's just pain in the ass fly. I tell you. By the way, we do want to remind you, Nature Bee is a proud sponsor of our program. We tell you about Nature Bee every single day, 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants. And listen, it's made in clean, green New Zealand. And listen, it's good for the kids, it's good for the adults. It's great for your digestion. It improves it and regularity too. On top of all of that, it eases those squeaky joints and the old sports injuries. Maybe you were playing skateboarding or racquetball or baseball or basketball when you were a kid. Stronger nails, smoother skin. The benefits are endless. It boosts your immune system, which is my favorite part. I stay away from colds as much as possible because I take those 2 golden capsules from Nature Bee. And you see, I travel all the time. I do everything. I'm always out. Even during the pandemic, I was the only guy in South Florida constantly doing, remotes out there. Everybody else was stuck in their homes. I was out and about. Yeah, I might be vaccine and boosted, but I'm also covered by Nature Bee. So in a virus-filled world, you need those 2 golden capsules every single day. Plus, it gives you energy so you can actually wake up in the West Coast and start a show at 6 in the morning. Damn it. Anyway, go to naturebee.com and get free shipping on your plant pollen if you order a 1-month supply, a 3-month supply, a 6-month supply. Check out all the other products too. I use the what's it called? The chapstick, or what's it called? The lip balm, or whatever it's called, from Nature Bee, which is just absolutely awesome. The soap is fantastic. I tell you all the time, my wife swears by the wrinkle cream. Now, remember, you're not getting free shipping on those products. Only on the plant pollen, you will get free shipping, okay? But you can check out some of the other products too. naturebee.com. All right. All right. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Juice says, why do so many people hate on Tua? He's such a good human being. Even on the national level, they call Trevor Lawrence a franchise QB his first year on. The Jags, please explain to me, Big O. I can't. I don't know. Can't explain it, dude. Can't explain anything that goes on with the way Tua gets compared to others. Even the videos his trainer puts up, people think it's Tua putting up the videos to show off himself, which he doesn't do any of that. The trainer puts out the videos because he puts out the videos for all kinds of players. But you don't care about any of the other players. You only care about Tua. And then all of a sudden, Tua gets blamed for those videos. Oh, Tua's putting out those videos just to like promote himself. Tua's not doing any of that. The trainer does that because he has to sell his skills, his business. So he puts out videos for all his players, including Tua. So what's Tua going to be, a dick? Oh, no, don't put out my videos, only other guys. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to help out the guy that's helping him out. So he's going to let him put out the videos like he does for everybody else that he trains. But the ones that get the most reaction are Tua. Those little things just like that. The kid gets blamed for that. Yesterday, Omar, go back to the interview. The team was pissed because he stole the team from Fitz, Omar said. When the hell did Tua steal the team from Fitz? Tua didn't make the decision to start him. That was Flo. But that's the narrative that Omar, like used yesterday. And I was like, what? And there's no way I'm going to let that slide. That's ridiculous. So we're going to blame Tua because the coach names him the starter and because the team was winning. So it's Tua's fault? No, it's the coach's fault. And if he would have gotten his ribs busted or his hip again after Michael Brocker slams him, it would have been Flores' fault, but they would have blamed Tua. I can't explain any of it, dude. At all. I can't. I'd love to, but I can't. It's just one of those things that's baffling. Goalie playoff record speaks for itself, and we just so happened to lose last night, but I thought we had the puck in their territory a lot last night. Yeah, but you got to close it out, John. Close only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes. You got to perform, man. And you can't make the stupid mistakes like they made last night. That was ridiculous. Big O, you got security. Seems people are out of control. Be safe at events, bro. Yeah, have you ever seen Sean Stanley? I got the best security in town, bro. Sean Stanley will body slam and crush your ass. That's what will happen. So I got plenty of protection. Let's see. Raconeer says, Big O, every day I see you in your videos. I'm really impressed and inspired with your transformation, starting to notice your weight loss. Keep up the hard work. I'm not really working hard, but I am trying. I am trying to eat less crap. Okay. All right. I'm trying to get a W and stop taking the L. Okay. That's what I'm trying, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the encouraging words. Big Omar is just jaded and negative. Always has been. When someone can't admit they're wrong, red flag. Yeah, I don't understand that one about Omar. Like, you're not always going to be right, dude. You're going to be wrong. A bunch. Andy Jackson says, we had the worst O-line in football last season. Tua will have more time this year. Amen. Amen to that. Tua's a star. He's definitely the best offense QB since Marino and definitely the most fun to watch since Marino. I'm with you there, man. I think he's going to be a fantastic player, and I think things are going to be a lot better this year when you see Tua do his thing. And by the way, if you need not a handyman, but if you need major reconstruction in your home, you want to add an addition, you want to remodernize that kitchen, you want to maybe do something in your backyard, like you want to add like a terrace back there, a tiki hut with a kitchen and barbecue and all kinds of stuff, called EJD Construction, man. You want to create a man cave, you want to shut down that 1 or 2 car garage, and you're going to convert it into a man cave with TVs everywhere and all kinds of stuff. you call EJD Construction. They do it all. Not a handyman, but major remodeling and reconstruction. Hell, you want to build a second floor to your house? You can call EJD Construction. They'll get it done. Can you have a basement? They'll do that too if you need a basement. Does anybody have a basement in South Florida? No, right? It's like unheard of in South Florida. But anyway, but if you needed one, EJD Construction can build it for you, baby. All right? So call them 305-433-4843. Tell them that Big O sent you. Fully insured and licensed, liability and all. Please do not hire anyone that is not licensed and insured. I would not have a sponsor on this show that is not licensed and insured, because I'm not going to tell you to go hire somebody that's not licensed and insured. And let me tell you, again, I will warn you, all these workers know the laws better than you do. And if they're not licensed and insured and they get injured in your home, you're going to end up paying for it. They're going to sue your insurance company. So call responsible people like EJD Construction, who have a AAA plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com. All right. What else do we have going on? Celtics, by the way, I took the loss. I had the Bucks there yesterday in our liquor split matchup of the night. I thought the Bucks, I said, all right, +5, 4.5, I think it was. I'll take it. I think the Bucks will make it a close game even if they lose. And man, yesterday the Celtics came out red hot, and it just looked like the Bucks. There was a little bit of an effort late in that second half, but it just wasn't enough. And to the Celtics' credit, they brought it yesterday. They knew that they had to. They had no choice. They had to come up with a victory yesterday. So 109-86, they dominated yesterday. So it's tied up. Even the Grant Williams kid was fantastic. 6 of 9 from three-point range. The kid ended up with 21 points. Tatum and Brown were good, so they needed to get it done. Grizz over the Warriors, 106-101. That one's tied up at 1. Ja Morant, man, that was a performance last night. 47 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and only 2 turnovers, considering how much he has the ball in his hands. That's awesome. I mean, awesome. Super impressed with that. 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. Market's doing all right, I guess. It's not hurting too bad. I mean, it all depends on the Feds, man. It could hurt everything, all markets. But somehow or another, Bitcoin's climbed back up to 39,000, and it's there. Most of it is in the green right now. So, like that, I did take advantage of the dip into ApeCoin, and got a little bit of that when it got into the 13s, and now it's back up to 15. It went up to 22. So I can see that there's going to be some fluctuations. So I'll wait for it to get back up to 20. 22, 23, and dump a rulo and sell off and turn it over to Bitcoin and then do it all over again. And there's a the lineman we picked up from Dallas Connor can also play center. Yeah, but I don't think that's the case on the Welton Rayom text line, my friend. I think Connor will play left guard. I think you got your left tackle and your left guard. I know they left it kind of in the open, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Dieter's going to be your center, and I get it. Most of you have written off Dieter for no reason at all, but that's your right. Big O, I love the post-draft press conference. McDaniel and Greer looked like they had a great time working together. I've never seen Greer look so relaxed and laughing so much. Yeah, he gets to be a human being because he's working with a human being, not with a guy that's a constant asshole. So, yeah. Big O, I wanted Marcel to give us an F1 preview, but he crapped the bed. By the way, I think the F1 Insider is in order for future, knowing we have premier car racing at home for the next 10 years. Yeah, I think we could do something with F1 here on the show. maybe a once a month type of thing. That might be something we could do. Michael Jordan was the best version of Dr. J. Well, he's better than Dr. J. Dr. J is my favorite player of all time, but Michael Jordan is definitely better. I'm with you there. Somebody send me some links on the F1 race here in Miami. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all. As always, what is good buying price? What is a good buying price for a home? Okay. I don't know how to answer that one. By the way, that lady answered back about the restaurant. You know that? Wait a minute. Hold on. Yes, here we go. Will I be able to get email confirmation for my reservation? You can call on the day of the reservation to confirm. We look forward to hosting you. There we go. You can call the day of the reservation to confirm. We look forward to hosting you. Okay. All right. So there you go. For those of you that don't know, some lady calls, says, send me a text, says, hi, my name is Mabel. I would like to make a reservation for a party of 5 on May 17th from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. I said, sure. We look forward to serving you. Last name, please. Thank you. She gave me the last name. And then she says, hi, will I be able to get an email confirmation of my reservation? And my email is, and of course, I'm not going to tell you the last name or the email. And then I just sent her, yeah, you can call on the day of the reservation to confirm. We look forward to hosting you. So there you go. So having fun with someone. I'm looking forward to May 17th because if she does call and then she says, wait a minute. No, we don't have your reservation. But wait a minute, and the text says you guys, and then they're going to reach out on that text. So we got, see, how long? What day is today? The 4th? May the 4th be with you. That's right. So we've got another 13 days till the big day on the text line with this lady and her reservation for her restaurant. It's pretty cruel what I'm doing, right? It is. It's kind of cruel, but I love it. Big O's theory on Flo is spot on. He proved it beyond doubt when he almost sabotaged the team with his handling of Jabroni Brisket, the Tua finger situation. It was embarrassing how he handled that. Yeah, by the way, that was the week that was the week he was playing golf because he knew he wasn't starting. So he went and played golf. So he can go play 18 holes of golf, but he can't start. You know, that's the coach for you. Everybody's got an agenda, dude. Yeah, but Flo, he's such a good dude. He's such a good person. Bucks look really fatigued. I don't know if it was fatigue, Christian, or it was mission accomplished. We split. We're good. Now we go back to Milwaukee, take care of business, and we're in. You know what I mean? That's what it is. I don't know. I just kind of got that feeling. Big O, what is the camp schedule roughly? What camp schedule? I don't know what you're talking about. What camp schedule are we talking about? Do you know what camp he's talking about, Sean? I have no idea. Are you talking about like training camp? Like Dolphins training camp? That stuff is not even out yet, bro. Let's see. The Fed is clueless. They are trapped. They can only print our into oblivion. Bitcoin. We are never going to hire a president that's going to handle it the right way. Okay? No, none of the sides can come up with it. I get it. You know, I always do this, and one side or the other gets butthurt. But just check it out, dude. You know, Bush Jr. was terrible with the deficit. Obama was twice as worse. And then Trump was 3 times as bad, and Biden's going to be 4 times as bad. It only gets worse, dude. It doesn't matter what side it comes from. So it's just whatever. I just laugh at watching Democrats or Republicans trying to defend their sides like they have the right candidate, which they don't. They keep having a candidate that keeps burying us deeper and deeper into the deficit. But we're leaving our kids as a planet, how we've destroyed our planet and how we're destroying our financial, situation. What we're doing to our kids is just, it's abusive. So what can I tell you, man? It's just a tough situation. But I tell you, Bitcoin. That's all I can say. It's not controlled by a government, so they can't screw it up. Today we had the largest trade deficit since '92. Feds printed $6 trillion. Now we're headed to stagflation and possible recession later this year. Save your pennies. Your money ain't worth shit. That's the problem. Save money for what? What's it going to buy you? Less. Save your Bitcoin. Save your money. Not a financial advisor. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Save your Bitcoin, not your money. Okay? Marcelo says, on Tua playing golf, that changes the narrative. Omar conveniently left out that he wasn't starting when he played on golf that day. Seems like an important piece of information. Don't you get information on this show? Anyway, Big O, you're confusing the national debt with the country's annual deficit. I get that, man. You should research that so you can stay accurate. You seem to be accurate on some things. Dude, I get that, but it's all an issue. All of it. That's my point. Every part of it. None of it is good, Andy. We screw up everything. Okay, so yes, I know the difference between the debt and the annual deficit and everything else that's going on in our world. With gas prices, with everything else, dude. Housing, you think housing really hold up? Come on, man. And the report came out yesterday that employment isn't nearly as strong as people thought it was. I mean, it just, the whole thing's a freaking joke. The worst part is if any of you actually think we're voting in the right people. That's the real joke. That's the part I laugh at either side. Big O supporting Dieter as the starting center, who is the backup right now. The undrafted free agent, not good. The performance at center will be fundamental for Tua. I think one of the guards that doesn't make it at guard will be a backup center, is probably what's going to happen. And I think they're also going to sign a veteran, but they're probably waiting for some prices to drop. You know what I mean? And remember, there might be somebody cut from another team after training camp and stuff like that. So there's still time on all of that. And most of the time, your backup center really isn't going to save your ass. Okay? You better count that your starting center is good enough. The housing market is out of control right now, and interest rates are starting to soar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to get bad, bro. It's going to get really, really bad down the line. When someone asks me to vote, I ask them what I'm voting for. Amen. You're voting for the lesser of two evils, because that's what I always do. Because I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. I just vote for whoever I think is the lesser of the two clowns. that you give me every year, basically. Yeah, Obama cut the annual deficit in half. Biden is lowering it as well. Rump and Bush made both go up. No, they all went up, my brother. Obama was actually worse than Bush Jr. Andy, you're wrong on that. He was twice as worse than Bush Jr. So you're wrong on that. Okay? It's only gotten worse. Every president's made it worse. Believe it or not, the only guy that kept it like this was Clinton. Did you know that? That during Clinton's run, the deficit never went up or down. He's the only president in my lifetime. I'm 55. He's the only president in my lifetime that the deficit stayed in the middle. He actually, believe it or not, he might have been, he's morally corrupt. He's like a terrible human being. He's a predator and he's disgusting in every way possible. Can't have him as a president, but politically, he probably was the best one at balancing the budget out of all the guys we've had. And when it comes to his foreign relations and things like that, he's really, well, predators and sick people like that are usually smart, you know? And Bill Clinton was very smart, man. Like him or not, whatever. You know, I wouldn't want him as president because he's just a vile and disgusting human being. But actually, he's the only one that fiscally was more responsible than the other one we've had here lately. He's just morally disgusting. That's the thing. Yeah, Clinton left a budget surplus. No, he was good. You know, it's a sad. You know, I almost feel this way. If I could get Bush Sr. use Clinton's intelligence and Obama's personality, and then maybe I've got a pretty damn good president. Maybe. You know what I mean? I might have myself a pretty good president. If I got the best of the three that are there out of those guys, I might be able to create a decent president. Because I certainly ain't getting one there now. I know there's a difference between deficit and national debt, sir. I understand that. Okay. Are you guys having problems with the Wi-Fi? Because I haven't seen any complaints on the line there. No, I don't want no president. Stop doing that to me. I don't want to be president. I could never be president. And plus, you'll kill me. All you guys just want to kill me. Yeah, the Clinton presidency was the last time Republicans and Democrats actually worked together for the greater good. Yeah, it's just that Clinton was a disgusting, just, you know, he's like Ted Bundy. You know, he's like a predator, a disgusting, vile person. But, dude, he actually was very smart. It's a shame. All right, let me get back to sports and forget about this crap. By the way, speaking of crap, this is a great segue. Oh, you know what? How about this? 1 hour down, I got to talk about scum. We got scum to start off hour number 2 next.
Get locked out in the worst moments of your life.
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths. In South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Slomin's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, there you are. Oh, you came back with a little Sean Williams, baby. Big Dolphin fan. Essential Moving Experts. Yes, they can move your home, your business. They've got storage. They can store your stuff even up to a month. Moving never so easy. Call my man Sean Williams, 844-368-5750. You're moving across town, across state, across the country. Essential Moving Experts will take care of you. So make sure you reach out to the boys. They're at Essential Moving Experts and tell them that Big O sent you. 844-368-5750. And you got to know, you know the guy is a big Dolphins fan when his business is in Dolphins colors. Okay, so Dolphin fans, if you're moving, there you go. NorCal, you move every other year. There you go. Call Essential Moving Experts. All right, what do we got here? What do we got going on in the world? Oh, scumbags. That's right. We were going to talk about scumbags. We're just talking about all kinds of stuff, including Clinton. So we figured talking about scumbags. Did you guys see Shad Khan? Not that Shad Khan is one, okay? Don't get me wrong here, okay? I'm not saying it. Damn it. What the hell? Okay, here we go. Anyway, so the scum known as Urban Meyer came out and basically was saying that, you know, they didn't end up staying in Jacksonville or getting it done because they didn't win. Well, Jarrett Bell of USA Today fame, and I know Jarrett very well. He's a good man. Been covering the NFL for a long time, dude. And so he says, when you lose respect, the trust, and an issue of truthfulness, how can you work with someone like that? Said Shad Khan to the USA Today. It's not possible. It was not about wins and losses, Shad Khan told Bell. I think when you know someone is not truthful, how can you be around someone, okay? We had Doug Marrone here for 4 years. We had Gus Bradley here for 4 years. I have nothing but the utmost respect and friendship with them. That's why they got the time, because it was a matter of about respect or truth. It was a matter of wins and losses over 4 years. This is much bigger than that. And I'm glad that he came out to say that because, you know, years ago when he had that issue at Ohio State, I was on ESPNU. And, you know, one of the things that has been, I would say, a detriment to my career is that I'm honest, brutally honest. And I don't play the PC game. I don't play the company line game. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And that's just the way it is. But if you're on a network, MLB, NFL, NBA, you got to toe the line, or the company line. And so being on ESPN, you had to toe the company line of not really going after college football. It's really more about fluff. And that's really mostly what you get when you listen to ESPNU, because they have to toe the line. And that's fine if that's the way you want to run your career and you want to keep your job that way. And, you know, plenty of people in local radio do that too. They don't want to ruffle any feathers, and I'm not that guy. Okay. I come from the school of Hank Goldberg and Neil Rogers, and I'm from the old school of say what's on your mind. And that's how I live my life. And you get to know me personally, I'm the same person, you know, and I'm going to be brutally honest about it. So when he did what he did at Ohio State, I ripped him for what he is, for what he's always been. He's been scum of the earth forever, dude. He was that at Florida. He was that at Ohio State. And he was that at Jacksonville. And the fact that in Jacksonville, Shad Khan, you know, with all lack of respect, you were stupid enough to hire him. Miami Dolphins, you saw what Mike Tannenbaum did with the New York Jets. You're stupid enough to hire him. New York Jets, you saw Adam Gase here in Miami. You're stupid enough to hire him. And at least with those two gentlemen, they're just incompetent. Gase and Tannenbaum, they're not good at their jobs. But this guy is a terrible person.
And everybody knows it. And, I let them have it over at, and they were like, well, we can't have you on anymore at ESPNU. And I said, fine with me. I got no problem with that, bro. I can live with myself. You got to live with yourself. You go ahead, bro. You want to kiss Urban Meyer ass? You go ahead and live with yourself. I'm not. So I'm glad Shad Khan came out and at least admitted it, but in the end, you kind of got what you deserve, Shad Khan. I don't blame anybody but you. You were stupid enough to hire him. Sometimes you get what you deserve. You know what's there. And you still do it. So, it's you only care about winning at Ohio State, right? You don't care that he had 32, 33, 34 rests at Florida. None of that bothers you. You just want to win at any cost. And you're willing to bring on whoever it is, no matter what kind of a lowlife he is. And people are talking about like Fox is going to hire him again to be an analyst. Really? Really, Fox? Fox, CBS, ABC, any of these outlets, you're really going to hire Urban Meyer? I mean, that's that whatever network hires Urban Meyer, that network should be taken off the air. I hope nobody ever watches them again. That's what they deserve. That's the kind of karma that they deserve, because to hire a scumbag like that is just amazing. So, way to go, Shad Khan, on one end. But on the other end, you got what you deserve, my brother. You hired, scum. What did you expect? So I found it funny, and at the same time, baffling that you would talk about something like this when you brought it upon yourself. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. By the way, the show is proudly brought to you by Slomin's Home Security, 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And tell them that Big O sent you. We're going to give you a free doorbell camera right now. The first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Mention Big O, and you're going to love this doorbell camera because it connects directly to your smartphone, just like all the cameras that you install outside of your home. If you want to put one inside your home like I did, Sean's got it. I've got it. We are protected by the Slomin Shield. You can do the same thing in 14 different states. Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME, and that Slomin Shield connects directly to your smartphone. And when you use, of course, you get our professional installation and our central station monitoring. You're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. All you got to do is dial it up, 1-800-ALARM-ME. The keypad is really easy to use. The installers that go to your home are incredibly polite and informative and educated, and they'll walk you through the process. It'll be really, really easy to use it. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Keep your home, keep your family, keep your business protected by using the Slomin Shield. 1-800-ALARM-ME. All right. Urban liar. Yes. Yes, he is. Golf is a great way to practice precision and accuracy. Amen. Amen. Let's see. Captain Sticky Fingers. Stanky Fingers. Not sticky, stanky. Okay? That's his nickname. Stanky Fingers. No, I have not seen Hank, by the way, unfortunately. I don't know where he's at, actually. Tonight I am going to go see Biffy Clyro. Yeah! Scottish studs. Looking forward to it. They just canceled their show in Phoenix a couple of days ago because in Dallas, Simon kind of wore out his voice a little bit, and they had to cancel the Phoenix show, and I'm like, I've been waiting for it here. And so it's happening tonight. So I'll be at the House of Blues tonight to see Biffy Clyro, one of my favorite bands, a band that most of you have no idea who the hell they are. They're not known here at all. They're huge in Europe. How they headlined one day of the Download Festival. So if you got to be Metallica and Iron Maiden, and you got to be a monster to headline the Download Festival. They download, but they're more of a European band. They're a 3-man band. It's a Scottish act, and they're awesome. But nobody knows them here. I don't know if maybe not yet. Maybe they'll get an album that will get some play here and people will catch on. But I'll put it this way: do me a favor, Biffy Biffy Clyro Clyro. Okay. Look up Black Chandelier. It's my favorite song. Okay? Listen to the song. Not to 1 second of it, not to 30 seconds of it. Listen to the song. 3 minutes and something. Black Chandelier from Biffy Clyro. Just listen to that. Maybe that opens up and you say, hey, this is pretty good stuff, man. Let me check out some of the other stuff that Biffy has. Biffy Clyro. Okay? Love them, man. Howdy, O. Thank you, Ray, for giving us some love on the super chat. Sent you a link to the new Obi-Wan series on Twitter. Looks awesome. Looking forward to it. I will definitely be watching it. I saw the Boba Fett one. I'll be watching this. I love that Disney's doing this and how they've enhanced the story and they've gone to all the different avenues for all the different characters and kind of give them their own storylines. I absolutely love it. Eat it up, man. Eat it up. Are you seeing the Red Hot Chili Peppers when they come to Miami in August? Yes, I will. I will go to that one. I haven't seen them enough. I've only seen them a couple times. And if I can see Red Hot Chili Peppers again, I will. If I don't have any kind of a conflict, which I hope I don't, definitely. I would definitely see them. How many musical bands do you know, Big O? Musical bands. What do you mean by musical bands? Are you asking like how many bands I know personally? Is that what you're talking about? Or how many bands do I know, like just how many artists do I know in the history of my head? That would be a lot. I don't even know how many that would be. But too many. I don't even know if I can put a number on it. Big O, have you heard of Poets of the Fall? They have good songs. Carnival of Rust is a good song. Poets of the Fall. Okay, I wrote it down. I will check out Poets of the Fall. And I will definitely check out the trailer for Obi-Wan. Yes. Arnaldo says, Big O Panthers need to get it together tomorrow. They looked really flat yesterday. Hope they can pull this off. Yes, Arnaldo, you can go to the beginning of the show and we give them a thorough trash talking. Okay? We rip them a good one at the beginning. You may want to go back and listen to the program there at that point. So, Ryan Tannehill is in the news. Wow. I'm not sure if those of you heard it, saw it, or have seen comments from Ryan Tannehill. But Ryan Tannehill apparently wasn't happy with the Malik Willis selection. He also wasn't happy with the way his season ended and the 3 interceptions. First of all, Sean, let's play the soundbite of him talking about having to deal with the offseason and the 3 interceptions and the demons that he had to deal with.
It's a deep scar. It was a lot of sleepless nights.
His offseason after a disastrous postseason.
every time I closed my eyes, I was rewatching the game in my head. Didn't get a whole lot of sleep for weeks and weeks after the game. Was in a dark place, and it took me a while and a lot of work to get out of it. You know, it wasn't something that went away easily, and it's still a scar that I'll carry with me, you know, throughout the rest of my life, you know. But just like a cut on your arm, you know, starts off as a wound. You're able to heal from it, and it turns into a scar. It never leaves you, but it's always there, and it can remind you. And now it's fuel for me. It's fuel.
You mentioned being in a dark place after the Bengals game. What did it take to get out of that, or do you feel like you're still maybe in that dark place?
No, I've kind of worked through it. Like I said, it's a scar that sticks with me. But therapy, you know, talking to people, time, all of the above. Yeah, it was tough. You know, it was tough. You know, it's not a situation you want to be in. You know, you prepare so long and so hard to put yourself in the position to go chase your dreams and to go out and play beneath the standard that I have for myself. It stung, hurt, and like I said, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of reflecting, rewatching the game over and over in my head. But yeah, it took a lot of work to get through it. You know, it wasn't a day, it wasn't a week, it was weeks and weeks and weeks to get through it. You know, a lot of sessions, and you know, at this point, I can look back at it, recognize it for what it was, and learn from it, and move on.
Had therapy been something you'd done before, Ryan, or was that new after this?
No, I've you know, been doing that for a little while now, but definitely, you know, I think this is the first time that I absolutely needed it to pull me out of a dark space.
So Ryan Tannehill talking about obviously being in a dark place after the loss to the Bengals and needing therapy and everything. Look, I get it that in today's world, it's a little bit more of it's more of the norm to be honest about these kind of things and be open about all these kind of things. But I will tell you this. To me, when I look at what's going on with Ryan, it's a guy that he clearly knows he's in over his head. Because as I've talked about over the years, he's not a real quarterback. He plays the position, but it's an athlete trying to play the quarterback position. And that's the part that I don't think people still understand when I explain this about Ryan, about Lamar, about Michael Vick, about certain guys, because they have depended on athleticism their entire lives. They have not learned how to read, react, and do everything from the pocket. And so they need assistance in order to do their job. And whether it's the running game or they've got to buy themselves time, it's one of those kind of deals that it doesn't allow them to read and decipher everything from that pocket. And so when there is chaos and when it's not on script, that's when Ryan Tannehill is going to have problems. And that's when he's going to kill your drive, kill your season, kill your playoff dreams, maybe even kill you as a player. He might end up ending your career like he has in the past with a certain tight end. And by the way, that tight end knows that Ryan Tannehill ended his career, by the way. But anyway, that's another story here from another time. But this is he's a great young man. Okay, Ryan's a good dude. And I know we're going to follow up with a soundbite of him, but he's not there to, you know, mentor Malik Willis. Malik Willis, right? And I get all of that. And there's issues with that too. But I think in the end, what happens with Ryan is what you saw on that podium. It happens to him in the middle of a game. And I've explained this for years. His mind will go haywire when everything goes haywire. And I tell you this all the time. Where you measure a quarterback is in chaos. Now, they can't live in chaos the entire time because they will die. But you will have chaotic moments. Plays will break down. Penetration will happen. You will have to make a quick decision. You will have to ad lib. You will have to figure out some way to make a play. He's not going to be that guy ever. And what you saw on the podium talking about needing, the therapy and kind of all of that, it's because it's too much for him. Normally, for normal quarterbacks, you think Dan Marino needed therapy after he got his ass kicked against San Francisco in the Super Bowl? No. Danny was just pissed, had to get over it, and had to move on and go play. And he'll strap it on and rah, 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 and it wasn't going to stop him because he's a quarterback. Because normal quarterbacks are used to having some bad moments. They're used to compartmentalizing all of that. I personally don't think your quarterback should be talking about therapy. That's just me. Maybe that's old school. Maybe I am out of touch, whatever you want to call me. But I don't want my president talking about that he's going to therapy. I don't want my general talking about that he's going to therapy. I don't want my quarterback talking about that he's going to therapy. I just don't want that. I'm sorry. I need you to be the most mentally tough person on the field. It's what I need. So, when I watch Tua and I watch him balance, he comes to Miami where they have no coaching staff, no offensive line, no running game, a head coach that hates you, you bust your ribs, you bust your finger, half the fan base doesn't think you can play, 80% of the media thinks you can't play and is writing about replacing, trading you away, whatever it is, and the guy handles everything like a freaking champ. Never flustered, never pointing fingers, nothing, dude. That's what I want from my quarterback. I want the guy that can come off the bench in the middle of a national championship game, save a team's ass, and win it. I want the guy that now I watched him in chaos. And by the way, he's been in chaotic situations the last 2 years. He has one of the best completion percentages in the NFL on the deep ball. So the few times he gets it, he completes it. Can you imagine if you actually gave him more time back there so he can throw more deep balls? No, but let's leave the facts out. That's what I want. That's what I want out of my quarterback. Ryan is a guy that panics because he's not a real quarterback. Michael Vick's going to panic and run. Lamar Jackson's going to panic and run because those guys mentally are not where the Bradys and the Russell Wilsons are. They're not those kind of guys. Russell Wilson's calm, cool, and collective the entire time while he's running around trying to make a play, have to tuck it and run, slide, take a hit, play with whatever. The guy never gets flustered. Joe Montana never got flustered. Aaron Rodgers doesn't get flustered. That's kind of the way I want my quarterback. And then we've got the follow-up on Ryan Tannehill. So when asked about Malik Willis and, the thoughts of maybe having to mentor Malik Willis, well, Ryan Tannehill also had a very interesting take on that one too. Can we play that one also? John Stanley.
In a quarterback room in the same room, we're competing against each other. We're watching the same tape. We're doing the same drills. I don't think it's my job to mentor him, but if he learns from me along the way, then that's a great thing.
So, not his job to mentor, and that's because he also knows that his job now is on the line. He had his moment to prove. He's had his several moments to prove. But it's just like Lamar Jackson. They get to the playoffs and they shut down the run, and he's useless, just like Lamar. You know, you shut down Lamar's run, he can't beat you. You shut down Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill can't beat you. And so now they go with Malik. And remember what I told you yesterday on the show, and I mentioned it to Ian and others. I think the Titans are thinking of the Ravens now. And they're saying, well, if we can't find a good passer, then let's do what they're doing with Lamar, which to win a title that way is also near impossible because you're going to fall behind and it's over. You can't play catch up with that kind of an offense, but it is what it is. And you wonder about Malik, and are they going to start trying to use a running offense in Tennessee? They've got the line, they've got the running game, and then you get a running quarterback. So Ryan doesn't want to mentor him. Kurt Warner, by the way, slams Ryan, says, we'll add him to the room and go from there. When talking about Ryan Tannehill being a mentor for young Willis, he goes, that's part of being a quarterback in the room, in the same room. We're competing against each other. We're watching the same tape. We're doing the same drills. I don't think it's my job to mentor, right? That's what he said. So Kurt Warner says, I will never understand the I'm not the mentor next guy mentality. So all you young QBs that need a mentor, DM me. I'll be that guy. Happy to help in any way I can, Warner said on Twitter. He is a classy guy. I haven't seen the movie yet, his movie, Underdog. So Kurt Warner also was a little pissed and about that, which I understand Ryan feeling that way, just like Ben Roethlisberger and Brett Favre did it to Aaron Rodgers and all that kind of stuff. But this is nothing new. Okay, we get it. You're competing on that. But you know what? You still should be doing the classy thing, and you should mentor. Because the way it should go is, and look, Ryan didn't really have somebody to mentor here in Miami. Kind of was in a tough situation. Now, they did bring him Matt Moore, but, you know, I'm talking about like real proven veteran that is former starter that now is in the twilight of his career and is kind of a backup and that kind of, he didn't have that luxury. But I say this because I have spent my 30 years mentoring people left and right. And while I was a reporter or a host or whatever, and to this day, I'm still like that. And you can ask tons of people that are in this business, locally and nationally, and I've helped a lot of people early on in their careers to do all kinds of things, to get to know people, to learn things, whatever, all that. I've always been that guy of spreading good karma, because good karma comes back. Bad karma also comes back too. You're better off doing mentoring. You're better off passing on the knowledge. It makes the game better. It makes your team better. And if you're confident in your abilities, you're not worried about mentoring somebody. You know what I mean? That's one of the things I've always been confident in my abilities, so I didn't mind mentoring somebody. And I also knew that I would speak my mind. And I wasn't going to be tied down to play the PC game or play the company line, because I knew in the end I can survive on my own. I don't need your job. And I'm not going to play your puppet. I'll go get another job. And in this case, hell, I can do what I want now. It's a whole different ballgame now. I can stand completely on my own. I don't even need a corporation. But it's just one of those things that I don't find that right either. I think you should mentor and help out the next person always. Because God forbid something, if you're confident in your ability, you'll do your job. But one day you may not be able to do your job, and then the next person in line is not properly trained, and then the business or the team suffers from it. That doesn't make you better, man. And that doesn't, you got to help other people, man, if you can. Life is not about just you. It's about everyone else. I can do this podcast and do it without any insiders. That's not the way I choose to do it. I'd rather do it this way. I'd rather do it with a whole bunch of people and everybody enjoying the success together. Makes us all better. So to look at the world in a selfish lens, you will end up suffering from that eventually. It will catch up to you. Horn Dog says, Big O, I run restaurants for Dustin Keller, and I never get him to say anything bad about Tannehill, but his older brother trashes Ryan every chance he gets. He won't say it publicly because it'll become news, bro. It'll become news. But everybody knows deep down inside what happened and the ball placement on that throw, on how terrible it was, which is something that he was known for. Remember the tight end wide open in the end zone and he throws it out of bounds where the tight end has to, the Michigan State kid, I forgot his name, and he had to dive for it and he busted his ribs because Tannehill couldn't throw it with him just standing waiting for the ball right in the end zone. No, he had to throw it almost out of bounds, so he had to dive for it, and by diving for it, he injured his ribs. I mean, Tanny, early in his career, he still does it in Tennessee every once in a while, guys, but it doesn't happen nearly as much. But in a Dolphins uniform, he put a hurting on some players, dude. Oh, my God. He threw balls that put guys in terrible, terrible positions. I hope Tua excels. However, he can get players lined up at the line of scrimmage properly. Doesn't show control of the offense as you would expect now with McDaniel's offense in motion challenged. D-Hat, when you actually know what the hell you're talking about, then maybe you can chime in. I love people that just start throwing out accusations of a whole bunch of crap that they know nothing about. Carl Sheeran says, I was reading about Connor Williams getting a look at center for the Dolphins. What do you think, Big O? I think he'll play left guard when it's all said and done. Maybe be your emergency backup center. I think you try everything that you can, but I think he'll be your left guard. Big O, you are a forward thinker. I don't know about a forward thinker. I'm just me. That's it. Whatever you want to label me, an idiot or a forward thinker, I'll take it. I knew you weren't a complete libertarian. Is that for me? Sir, I'm not conservative. I'm not liberal. I'm not a libertarian. I'm not whatever you want to label me. I'm about common sense. That's what I am. Common sense. Something that Democrats and Republicans have zero of. Common sense. You ever notice that a lot of the people that said, don't tell me to wear a mask, I'm American. I'll tell you, you can't have an abortion. Ever noticed a lot of the same people say the same two things? I'm about common sense. Anyway, Deion Sims hates him. You got it. It was Deion Sims. That's right. I forgot his name, the Michigan State kid. That's it. Nice job by you. Good memory. Good memory. I like that. D-backs, by the way, did a number on Trevor Rogers and the Marlins as he gave up 5 earned runs and picked up the loss. 1-4, a 6.14 ERA, not pitching the way I thought he would. And Jazz Chisholm went 2 of 5, a run scored, 2 RBIs. He's batting .313. We knew this was going to happen with the Marlins, right? They're 12-11, which is amazing considering that they're not a good offense. But They have actually produced more runs than I expected. And that's going to be the problem with the Marlins, man, is the offense when it's all said and done. We'll see. We'll see. It's just it's not a team that I really expected them to compete. Tonight it'll be Madison Bumgarner and taking on Elieser Hernandez, who's 2-1 with a 5.75 ERA. So we wish the best for the Marlins. They're 6-6 right now at home. All right, what else do we have here? 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. You know what we got to do? How about this? How about our liquor split matchup of the night?
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
All right. Let's get into our liquor split matchup of the night. We got, I'm going to go on the homer run this one because I don't believe James Harden's going to bounce back and score 40 points. And the Miami Heat play defense. And James Harden is a guy that doesn't have determination. He's he's really a lazy basketball player. You know what I mean? In a way, because he's never worked hard enough to be a team player. He's never worked hard enough to be a team defender. And so he's a guy that if you can D him up, you can get him out of his game. And I think that's what the Heat will do again tonight. Miami is favored by 8. The over and under is 207.5. 76ers plus 325 in the money line. Heat are minus 425 in the money line, and they are leading 1-0 in this series. I'm going to lay the points, man. I think the Heat blows out the Sixers tonight. They take care of business. Unlike our Florida Panthers, I think the Miami Heat understand that they've got to spank these guys now and go to Philadelphia and make it, put them in an impossible position. And I think they'll easily split in Philadelphia. But tonight, I think they'll lay that 8, win by more than 10 points, win this game comfortably. And I think a dejected 76ers team will be going back to Philadelphia down to 0-2. So in our liquor split matchup of the night, I am going Miami Heat minus 8.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
And yes, I know I have it here, 1240 for the Marlins. We'll see if they can pick up a victory. Would be nice. I don't want them to get back to 500, see if they can go over. John Wayne says, Big O, how about them Panthers? Go to the beginning of the show. We talk about it, my friend. Let's see. Joe Burrow has those problems, right? Most of the Bengals sacks were on him, not on the O-line. He held the ball too long, could not set his protection, could not identify blitzes. Young players have trouble reading everything early on in every walk of life, pretty much. But in young quarterbacks struggle with all that kind of stuff early on. They've got to adjust to everything. That's normal for any quarterback to have some problems once in a while. It's, no quarterback comes in where they're just completely polished and they're just going to not make mistakes and all that kind of stuff. Even a guy like Andrew Luck, who was a physical freak and polished, still made his share of mistakes too, because he was a young quarterback, aggressive, but a young quarterback. Kenshawn says, Christ the Redeemer was lit up in Dolphins during the draft, and Shula went on our ancestors on yesterday. By the way, Christ the Redeemer can't help Ross at this point. I don't know what's wrong with Ross. Ross is doing just fine. Ross is doing just fine. I don't know what's wrong with Ross. I'm not sure what the point of that one was, Kenshawn. PJ Tucker will put clamps on James Harden. I agree with that. Big O, I'm not saying Ahmad will be special under McDaniel, but San Francisco wanted to develop Ahmad in the practice squad. We stole him off waivers. Ahmad probably won't even make the team, my man. Okay? It's a good chance he won't even make the team. He's probably here because he knows the system. And just in case you have a new running back, he can teach some of the new running backs the system. So Mostert knows the system. He knows the system. So there's some familiarity. But do I expect him to even make the team? Probably not. So, Big O, do you think Tua's close to being fully healthy? Yes, I actually think this is the season where you will see an absolutely fully healthy Tua. There was no way that he was going to be healthy in that first year and a half off the injury. Because remember, he got injured in November, late November, right? I think it was, right? Like the 22nd or something. And then he was ready for football in September. So he didn't even have a year to get healthy. So you figure that year, and then that's their first season. The second season, which he just played, that's another, kind of when you're completely getting healthy. Now he has crossed that threshold of being 2 years out. We should have a fully healthy Tua now, which probably should help in his flexibility, should help in his throws. In fact, his trainer, Nick, put out a video of him throwing. What's it called? Sean, we never get tagged when we play the Tua videos, right? Of him throwing, right? We never get tagged from YouTube for that stuff, correct? I'm pretty sure of that. Okay, so go to Perform's Twitter page, scroll down a little bit. You'll find one where it shows him throwing in 2019 and 2019, 2020, 2021 or somewhere too, or maybe it's 2021 and 22 or whatever. And you'll see the difference in the throws and how he sets and the velocity coming out of it. Because obviously his core. Remember last year. Okay, so he's still healing from the hip, right? But he's also playing with fractured ribs and a fractured finger. Do you think that's going to affect your throwing? Yeah. So now he's also fully healthy from the ribs and the finger and all that stuff. When he finds that video, I'm going to pull it up for you so you can see the video and you can even tell that there's more flexibility because it's only natural that there's a healing process going on. So there's some limitations in that rotation and things like that. And then the torque that you can develop, and then the velocity that you deliver from the torque that you're developing from the middle part of your body, which is where the throw comes from. All of those things are important. So he's working on all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're in this microwave society where people have zero patience and they just don't get that. Big O, was the Brady situation in Miami him playing for us, or was it him and a couple associates buying the team? I don't know, bro, and I don't care anymore. It didn't happen. It wasn't true. It was maybe talked about. Who knows? Why am I going to get into a hypothetical that has nothing to do with this season? Zero. He's playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He doesn't play for the Miami Dolphins. So move on, bro. Forget about that crap. Whether it was true or not, what are we doing now? We're not doing anything with it. All right, so enlarge it. There you go. So here he's going to show you the progressions of the throws over the last 3 years in training with him. All right, go for it.
Strong throws. Hip. Yes, sir. Good. Rip that hip.
Rip your belly full.
Look at that. On the game.
So there you go. And there's another one. See if you can find it, Sean. It's shorter, and it shows the progression of the 3 years. That one was longer. See if you find one that's a little shorter, that he condensed it with the 3 different throws. And you'll see it'll have the 3 different years, I believe, actually, if I'm correct. But it's there. Try to find that one. But you can already tell that there's more flexibility in that hip already. If you saw from one year to the other, you saw that there was a little more zip to it too, that he was able to set and release it fat, and there was like a little bit more pop to the throw. If you notice it, there's a little bit of a difference. Hopefully Sean will be able to find the one that I'm talking about that he put up. I may have retweeted it myself, actually. And maybe even on my tweet, on my Twitter page. That is, let me see if I am correct. It's not like I've tweeted out a ton while I'm here, because I've been working so damn much. Let's see if I can find that video. There it is. That is. All right, Sean. I just sent it to you, Sean. You have it. There we go. It's a 1 minute video. It's really quick. It shows. See? I think that's the one I showed. Maybe it's the same one you showed. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, I think this might be the same one. This one only has 1 year. I thought it was the one that had a couple of different years. I thought there was one that was not just 2, it was 3. That was earlier. But you can tell that there is more zip on the throw there. And you can tell that the hip is getting healthier. So hopefully we'll see a better Tua. Hopefully we'll see a healthier Tua is what I want to see. I need to see that game with TDs thrown against. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. And you will. But there's a process through all of this. Big O, do you miss the Florida humidity? No. That's about the only thing. I miss my wife. I miss my house. I miss my dogs. I miss my car. I miss hanging out in South Florida, but I do not miss the Florida humidity. This is a nice dry humidity. I mean, dry heat here. Not so humid. But I haven't been outside nearly as much either, by the way. So, okay, it's not like I'm really hanging out in the heat. Big O, how about them abs? My abs? No, my abs, I can't see them yet. Maybe one day I can see my abs. Hips are turning better. Ball is coming out a lot faster, and footwork is much better. Yes. Tua dropping dimes. Big O, if healthy, watch out. Has almost same offense he had in Alabama. Well, he needs a good line. But he's got a good coach that hopefully they can do that. Chase says, just tuning in from my lunch break. Have you seen the reports? Connor Williams has been having half his reps at center. Yes, I see that. And I'm sure it's to try him out at center. And I'm sure he'll be the left guard. And they'll have him maybe as a backup center, give him some reps, get him some experience at center. That's probably what's going to happen. But I still think he'll be a left guard. By the way, let's do this. Let's take a very quick break here. Give me a couple minutes. Warm up the throat here. We are going to get ready for hour number 3. We are still in Las Vegas. We'll be back on Thursday night, actually. So we'll be leaving tomorrow, headed back home. Friday we'll be at Hialeah Park. In the afternoon, we'll do 2 shows on Friday. I'll do a show in the morning from the studio, and then in Friday afternoon at 4:30, from 4:30 to about 6:30, we'll do the weigh-ins over at Hialeah Park to get ready for the fights on Friday. All right, let's take a break. Back with more in hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. You need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Ready to rock, ready to roll. Yes, sir. ApeCoin climbing, I like it. Bitcoin over 39,000. We'll see what happens. See how people react to the feds today. It's a beautiful thing. By the way, you should react with a little Edge energy drink. Okay, so there you go. MyEdgeDrink.com. Get 10% off. Tell them that Big O sent you. They'll take care of you. There you go. You got the billboard up there. Yeah, baby. MyEdgeDrink.com. You know how you get the edge every day on local sports here? You want to get the edge on sports, on whatever sports story is going on. Urban Meyer, Ryan Tannehill, right? We're the first ones to tell you they're going in the Baltimore Ravens direction there, right? We give you the insight on what's going on with the Dolphins, who broke the third round draft pick story. Right here, right? That's how you get the edge, right? If you watch the draft show on Friday, we broke it right here before anybody else that Channing Tindall, even though I called him Tyndale, was going to get drafted. So you get the edge. And if you want the edge on an elixir to mix it up with your vodka, your rum, you get Edge energy drink. 78 calories, delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. So do what Sean does, what I do, myedgedrink.com. Get 10% off. Use my code BIG O. You will love it. By the way, you can also get Edge at Liquor Split. So if you download the app there, you don't get 10% off if you order it through Liquor Split. You got to go to myedgedrink.com and use my code Big O to get the 10% off. Jamie says, I got a couple of recommendations for you. Project Aegis, I think is how it's pronounced. And the rest is a mystery. Number 2, Keeper of the 7 Keys. Okay, I will check it out. Thank you, Jamie, for looking out. Let's see. Tua needs to get set before he throws. If he can do that, he's golden. Just keep him doing that with it. And Tua just needs to block people to block, for him. That's all. Just give the kid 3 seconds, bro. That's all. Give him 2.8 seconds, like any normal quarterback, and he'll make a quick decision and read and react quickly. But if he's going to be on his ass the entire time, yeah, that's not going to work out. That's not going to work out. Okay. Bob played pretty damn well last night. 2 goals on empty net. No, I know. Bob wasn't the problem. I still don't trust him. Now, the Ovechkin goal was one, that's what I talked about. Hey, if you're special on that breakaway, shut him down. Shut him down, dude. You know, you're great in your own right, supposedly, right? I still don't trust him. He wasn't the problem last night, but I don't trust him. I don't know if we understand each other that way, but yeah, I don't trust him. That's the problem. Okay? When sports and business collide, you know what we do? We have the KSDTCPA.com business report. I guess we don't have the KSDT business report. I guess it's not there. I guess Sean's not there. Okay, Sean's gone, probably. I think Sean stepped out at the moment, so we have no KSDT sports business report. All right, we do have our KSDT sports business report here for you. Although we're still living kind of on the edge here. But in your KSDT sports business report, and we always talk about this because, of course, when sports and business collide, you get the KSDT sports business report. Well, guess what? The first NFL game in Germany is going to be played. The Buccaneers are going to be playing the first regular season game in Germany in the 2022 season. But today we have found out who they're going to play against. Actually, the Seattle Seahawks. The game will be played at Alliance Arena in Munich on November 13th. How about that? So the NFL announced that the Bucs will be taking on the Seahawks on November 13th. And the Bucs will be the home team. The kickoff will be at 9 in the morning, like they normally do with some of those games. Tampa, by the way, is one of 4 teams that has international marketing rights in Germany. The Panthers, the Chiefs, the Patriots are also in that group. Other international games in London and Mexico City are expected to be announced on Wednesday, which is today. So we are awaiting the announcements of those right there and see what ends up happening and what. But it's pretty cool that they keep playing some of these international games. The thing is, you wonder, when does it lead to an international division, right? Because it's almost like you can't really, and this will be crazy ass expansion. Can you expand to one team in Europe? You really can't, because the travel schedules will be crazy. And if you do 2 teams, okay, teams can go out for 3 weeks, let's say, and they visit 2 teams in, and then have a bye week and come back or something like that. You can do something along those lines. But the one thing that could end up happening is you could end up adding 4 teams. 2 that go in each conference. And then now you have a entire division that can settle it. And what it would be a London team. It would definitely be a German team. But see, here's the problem. Mexico City is enormous, right? And that's one that could easily sell out a lot. But you're going to go, what, Germany, England, Spain, maybe? I don't know. What would be the 4 that you would guarantee would get a team out in Europe? Because that's really the only way. If you ever expanded into Europe, you would have to create a division. That way teams can rotate and go through there and play 2 to 3 teams if they want in a month schedule. And that way they don't have to go back and forth or anything along those lines. 2 could be out of conference, 1 could be conference, all those kind of things. All of those things are possible. But it's interesting that now, with Germany being added, that's pretty interesting. So Germany, Spain, London. Who would be the first one? Nick says Paris. No. It's an interesting one. I don't know what I think the other three are permanent, right? Because Barcelona was part of NFL Europe and everything. So is Germany, and then London. Those, I think, are kind of like automatic. The fourth one's not as automatic in my mind. Because Mexico City would be, but you can't. It's over here in the States. So which one would be the fourth one? Dublin. Interesting. That would be interesting. Although I don't know if that would be the perfect one. Mexico City is one of the most dangerous places in the world. Okay. So's plenty of places in America. Mike No-Go zones. What did he say? Did he say Baltimore was more dangerous than Iraq? Was it Baltimore or was it? I forgot which one. I want to say he said Baltimore was more dangerous than Iraq. I love how people want to take shots at other parts of the world, and they make it sound like our place is like, super nice. Meanwhile, you watch what's going on in California, which is a complete disaster. People are constantly breaking in and they're running roughshod through stores and shoplifting galore. And in California, of course, with their sorry ass, stupid liberal ways. What is it? You get a slap on the hand if it's like under $100 of theft or something like stupid stuff. I don't know what goes on in the West Coast sometimes. In Washington, oh no, you guys can. No, of course you can take over a police station, have your own. What was the name of that? The autonomous zone or something. Yeah, we're going to allow you to take over a neighborhood and make your own rules and all that. I mean, it's just like the stupid crap that goes on. So, yeah, Mexico City has a lot of dangerous things. Yeah, so does the United States of America, my brother. A lot of places, okay? I don't know about you, my man, but I see shootings at malls all the time. America ain't that safe either. So don't go trashing Mexico City thinking that, we're all of a sudden, somebody putting in Chicago. Exactly. You know how many people die in Chicago every single day? Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, Portland, Seattle, LA, the list goes on. Exactly. I mean, I get it, dude. You're American and you just want to trash everything else or whatever, but let's not make it sound like we're some kind of, example for the world. Australia is perfect. They love football. Actually, that's a pretty good one. I like that one. I like Australia. Maybe Australia is a fourth one. That's good. London, Germany, Spain, and Australia. I like that. That's good. Yeah, Sydney. Yeah, I can go with that one. Big O, a lot of people talk out of their mouths without having the facts. Ignorance galore. Headline society. Yeah, it's just funny. Mexico City's so dangerous. Yeah, and we're incredibly safe. Yeah, our kids are so safe in their schools. Yeah, all the time. Of course. Big O, Herro, and PJ are questionable tonight. You hear anything about Joe? My brother, let me tell you something. Okay, Joe. None of us have any insight on the Heat. The writers rarely can get anything inside on the Heat. Nobody gets into that organization. Nobody. It's just the way it is. You find out about it like everybody else at the same time when they come out to the court, and then we'll find out. But I think knowing what I know about that team and those guys, they'll play tonight. You know what I mean? No insight. I'm just Throwing it out there. If there's any nicks or whatever, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'm not worried about that. Super V says, Big O, I live near Atlanta, and there's so many Amber Alerts, shootings. It's terrible. Of course, bro. It's ridiculous. Oh, Mexico City. We're terrible too, bro. We have plenty of places that are just disgusting. My man Martin is tuning in across the pond. Martin, we love you, baby. Fins up. He says, London and Germany permanent. The NFL is setting up offices in Australia. The Dolphins are one of the teams that will heavily market it themselves in the UK. Great for us. Yes, sir. I agree. But we do need a European division. It's the only way we can add Europe to the NFL is to have a division. It cannot be a team. Not even two. It's got to be 4 teams. Now, that's a lot of expansion. So, I don't even know if the NFL would be even willing to. They're not going to expand to 4 teams, but I would imagine that if they do expand 2 by 2 or something like that, it'll be a process. It'll be a pain in the ass, but eventually, if you can get a division out there, I think it'll make everything pretty cool and very doable. And listen, man, if you notice, all we do in the world is make it smaller, right? The internet brought us together. Phones brought us closer together, right? Satellite brings us together. Social media, you could be going back and forth with your friend in Paris and you're in San Francisco, right? And digital currency, Bitcoin, it's the dollar, it's the yen, it's the pound. Everybody had their own currency. Now with crypto, that's going to bring the world together again at another level. Everything from space, which is a place where many people in the world are going to go to, bring us closer together. Everything is kind of a thing where we're making the world smaller. 40 years ago, you didn't hear about some bad news in London until a day later, a week later, or whatever. Right? Newspaper printed it out. You saw it. It happened 3 days ago and you didn't know about it. Now, something happens in Indonesia. We know about it the second it happens. And you're in Topeka, Kansas. So the world is getting smaller and smaller and smaller because we are adapting to things in life that are bringing us closer together. And this is just another thing that if you think about it, the NFL obviously brings all of us together. They've already been going overseas, just like basketball does. And so now this is a way of bringing the world closer together in the world of American football. Because we have the internet, because we have satellite, because we have airplanes, we can all connect. And in Europe, you have your trains and everything else that connects. So it kind of brings everything together. And because of technology and everything else, we can think of expanding down the line across the pond. Because that's where we're all headed. The entire world is being brought together every single day by one entity or another. It connects us even more. Big O, our most dangerous city is St. Louis at 60.59 homicides per 100K. That's 15th in the world. Number 1 in the world, Tijuana, Mexico, 138 homicides per 100K. There you go. Thank you for the stats. Latin America division, Brazil, Mexico City, Panama, Belize. Could be interesting future division. Panama? Belize? Those aren't NFL cities, my brother. Brazil, Rio and Mexico City, okay. But my man, Panama? Panama. Come on, bro. We're going to have the stadium outside La Chorrea in Panama. Huh? Is that what we're going to do? Some Panamanians are going, hey, he knows La Chorrea. Wow. Anyway, so, Panama is not an NFL city, and neither is Belize. No. You got to come up with better cities than that, dude. Let's see. What else do we have? Not better, bigger cities. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with those cities. Bigger. Chimichangas will make you kill. That's how good they are, bro. Putin is handing over power to his henchmen because he needs to have emergency cancer surgery. Why not just let the cancer fester in him? Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I hope the effer dies right now. Disgusting. God, I thought we were past, but we still have a couple of Hitlers left in the world that we have to get rid of. What a shame. Anyway. What else do we have here? Did you guys see the Olin story? Man, now that is a funny story, and twisted, sad, all kinds of different things that we can kind of, label that story. The Bears great got fired from his radio station. And why? Well, the Chicago Bears legend, allegedly violent incident with a fellow employee got him fired. Jeff Agrest of the Chicago Sun-Times reported the retired former Bears center, Olin Kreutz, who had been working as an analyst for Chicago sports media CHGO, grabbed the neck of coworker Adam Hodge in an incident on Monday. Kreutz reportedly did so in a response to a flippant remark made by Hodge during a staff meeting at CHGO's West Loop offices. Agrest adds that Hodge did not require medical treatment and declined to file a police report. Kreutz, meanwhile, was fired by CHGO for the incident. They posted a statement on Twitter in which they said they were shocked by the incident and that they would not tolerate any action threatening the health and safety of their employees. On Monday morning, an incident occurred in which Olin Kreutz physically attacked a CHGO employee. Effective immediately, Olin Kreutz is no longer with CHGO. Although we were shocked by the incident, we are thankful that the employee is okay. The health and safety of our employees is the one of utmost importance, and we will not tolerate any action that puts that in jeopardy. Olin Kreutz, by the way, had a response on Twitter. I should have told you to go find that tweet, Sean, on Olin_Kreutz. See if you can find it. Olin_Kreutz. It's the Twitter. It's a Twitter thing, and you'll see Mike Tyson's face. So he put out a tweet. This is his response after getting fired. He's got a tweet with Mike Tyson's face on it, and it says, "Social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it." Mike Tyson. That was Olin Kreutz's reaction to choking an employee, a coworker, for whatever smart-ass remark the coworker said. And so his response to getting fired was to post this social media post right there of Mike Tyson. Can you enlarge that one so they can see it just in case for our squinters? There you go. Social media made all y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. That is awesome. That's a guy that just doesn't give an F right there, dude. He made his money. I mean, I've run into not athletes that act that way, but I've run into athletes and trying to work with them normal jobs. And the ones that have made their money, they don't want to work for a living anymore, man. You know what I mean? That's kind of like some of you out there, you always want to push, Dan Marino to be GM or team president or, quarterbacks coach. It's like Dan has no motivation, to do any of that kind of stuff. He's fine being Dan Marino. But some of you, it's like you want to put him in a position, and it's funny because if Marino ends up sucking as a GM, all the people that would want him as a GM are going to be ripping him for being a terrible GM. And that's the only, it could only hurt Marino, not even help him. It's crazy. Brett Campbell says, sorry I'm late, but thoughts on Tua's trainer update on his progress. Why not let his play do all the talking? Because the trainer wants to put stuff out there that he's training him and he's making progress. It's not Tua. Tua's not putting any of that out there. It's the trainer. Tua doesn't tell him at all to put anything out there, but the trainer does it for all his players. You just follow Tua. Again, it has nothing to do with Tua. So get off his ass. Glad David Chappelle is all right. Agree. Putin is this generation's Fidel Castro. He might be worse than Fidel, dude. He might be more Hitlerish. I mean, the dude's building graves in Russia, in Ukraine with hundreds of Ukrainians thrown inside. That's very Hitler, man. It's way more Hitler. I'm not giving Fidel any pass whatsoever, but he's reminding me more of Hitler than Fidel. Fidel wasn't attacking other countries. He couldn't do that kind of stuff. This is different, bro. This is very Hitler-like. I'm sorry. He's more Hitler. That's got to go there instead. I get it. Maybe you're Cuban, so you think Castro first, but what he's doing is way more. C. Dola, did you talk about Tannehill? Yes, I did. You can rewind. It's there. Did you see where Kurt Warner said? Yes, it's there. Rewind. Most wouldn't talk face-to-face. Keyboard warriors. That's true. Very true. Tua's trainer is a one-man wrecking crew on social media. Yeah, he's awesome, bro. Does a great job for all of his clients, not Tua. Most of you just follow it because of just Tua. That's why. You should never put your hands on someone, but Mike is right. Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, both are wrong. You shouldn't treat people that way, and then you obviously should not attack people that way. But you kind of understand Olin Cruz's point on that. Yeah, I don't know what the guy said in the meeting. I have no idea. That I can't tell you. By the way, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, as you see right there, a proud sponsor of our program. We love Tommy. And remember, if you do your roof, okay, and we're talking about these guys specialize in all types of roofs, and they're fully insured. Again, I keep telling you guys, whoever you hire, make sure they're fully insured. If they're not, then they're going to put you at risk. So if you hire that guy that's hanging out outside of Home Depot or Pepe down the street and he's not insured, he can sue the hell out of you if he gets injured. You got to hire responsible people like Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. So if your roof is leaking, you still have the blue tarp, you need to fix it. By the way, the next listener that fixes their roof or their home or their business, we are going to do a show at your home or business for free. So call great people at Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826. That's 954-735-9826. And call them. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. By the way, they're also a wide green contractor. So If you're looking to make your house green, you can do that also. Call them, and we will also do a show at your home or business if you end up doing it there. All right? There you go. Big O, do you have a perfect album? The one you don't skip any songs? Oh, God. Van Halen 1, Peace of Mind, Iron Maiden. Don't skip one song. AC/DC, Back in Black. Led Zeppelin 4, Led Zeppelin 3. No, Led Zeppelin 2, not Led Zeppelin 3, Led Zeppelin 2. Beastie Boys, License to Ill. Madonna's first album, beginning to end, exceptional. Burning Up, Physical Attraction. Beginning to end. Ozzy Osbourne, Blizzard of Oz, beginning to end, is a masterpiece. Trying to think of a couple. I'm sure there's a couple more in my mind that are floating around my head that I love from beginning to end. What do you guys? Oh, God. U2, Unforgettable Fire. U2, War. U2, Joshua Tree. Let me see. I'm trying to think here. You know what, Hammer? You might be. I think that, yeah, Diary of a Madman. Yeah, I think from beginning to end, Diary of a Madman is also good. I do love Green Day. I'm not playing the Dookie album from beginning to end. I love American Idiot, but I'm not playing it from beginning to end. Trying to think. There's got to be some other ones that I'm forgetting right now. Oh, Motley Crue. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Motley Crue's first one with Live Wire and Public Enemy #1 and Merry Go Round and Round. Oh my God, that album is perfect. #1. And Shout at the Devil is, oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Shout it. Oh, Rat Out of the Cellar. That is a masterpiece. Communication, a lack of communication. Oh, please, Wanted Man. Oh, man, are you kidding me? Def Leppard, Pyromania is phenomenal beginning to end. And High and Dry is phenomenal from beginning to end. Not one bad. The Eagles' Long Run is actually a very good album also. There you go. The Chronic. That's the B-side. I don't know if I'm going all the way through. A Boulevard of Broken Dreams is my favorite song, Alexander, but I'm not playing the album beginning to end. I don't think it's that perfect. Dr. Feelgood is pretty good. The production in Dr. Feelgood is so good. So good. Rush Moving Pictures, very good, Carlos. I'm going with that one. Beginning to end. 2112, I love it from beginning to end, but I don't know if that was kind of like, if you're a hardcore Rush fan, then yeah, 2112. Because I've even seen the concert from beginning to end with 2112. Peter Gabriel's So, yes. Yes. Sting. I mean, I guess that's subjective. That's on you, not me. I wouldn't. No Sting album for me, beginning to end. A few good songs in them, but not beginning to end. Yeah, High and Dry is High and Dry might be one of the greatest rock albums of all time. It's the greatest Def Leppard album of all time. Those are good. I like the Deftones. I like a lot of songs of Deftones. I don't know if they have any album that I would say from beginning to end, every song is, like awesome. I have I have at least 6 Deftone albums. I don't think any of them I would play from beginning to end. No, but maybe you're a hardcore Deftone fan. I've seen the Deftones like 3 times in concert. I like them, don't get me wrong, so trust me. And my boy Bill, that was one of his favorite bands. He loved the Deftones, man. I went to, I think, all 3 of my Deftone concerts with him, actually. What about Break the Cycle by Stained? I don't know the album well enough to know if it's perfect like that. I don't follow Stained that well to know their albums from beginning to end. Let's put it that way. So I could not answer that. At least in my book, it wouldn't be there because I don't know. You know what I mean? Kiss, Destroyer. The Destroyer album from beginning to end is phenomenal. Okay? So that would be an album from Kiss that I would play from beginning to end. Because that's got Flaming Youth and what are some of the B-side songs that are actually Christine 16. It's got some really, really good songs on the B-side. So I would go with that one. Destroyer that's my favorite Kiss album, period. Actually, that album is so amazing. Love Wu-Tang too, but I don't know. Again, I don't know their albums like from beginning to end that I would say, oh, this album is great from beginning. License to Ill from Beastie Boys from beginning to end. The LL Cool J with Rock the Bells from beginning to end is a great album, actually. What's it called? There's a Run DMC one that I'm thinking of. But like, it's not the King of Rock. It's damn it! Does it have like purple and green in the front or something? But there's one for Run DMC. I'm trying to think in my mind if I'd have to pull up the picture, but that might be one that I would throw in there. Do I listen to any Spanish music? Yes, I do, but I don't listen to Spanish pop. I don't like Spanish pop. I never have. I never will. I just do not enjoy Latin pop music. I kind of find it humorous, to be honest with you. I don't take it serious. But if you're telling me Jesus Alemani, if we're talking about Paquito de Rivera, if we're talking about, things like that, then yes. That kind of Latin music I listen to. That's the kind of Latin music. But if you want me to listen to Pimpinela and shit like that, no. Braulio and no, I'm not going there, dude. Okay? I'm not going there. So that does Latin pop music does nothing for me whatsoever. At all. Now, Latin jazz, now we're talking. That's the kind of stuff that I can listen to. Show putting in the hard work. Celia Cruz I can listen to. I can listen to Celia Cruz. Yeah. That is that's something I can listen to. I used to like El Conjunto Universal. Mira la bolita como sube, como baja. Ay, como sube, ay, como baja. That kind of stuff. Yeah, I listen to some of that stuff. My dad used to love that. He used to crank up the 8-track in the fishing boats. Yes, sir. Yep. I would listen to some of that kind of stuff is kind of fun. Dolores, mamá, ¿dónde? Ven pa' acá. Dololita, lita, no llore, llore. Dolores. Yes, exactly. Yes, I got that. Big O, do you remember the song "You" by Lee Ritenour? Maybe I do. I gotta hear it. Maybe I'll remember. And let's see. Putting in the hard work and long hours, you guys kick ass. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. I don't know if you're familiar with Luis Fonsi. Yeah, isn't he the what is it, pasecito or suavecito or something like that? Yeah, that's yeah. Hansel Raul, yeah, but that's old stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff that that old kind of stuff. That's my stuff that I grew up with. Yes, but like the stuff nowadays, no. Don't listen to any of that stuff nowadays. 10,000 Maniacs. Let me tell you something. In My Tribe, did you put that? That's it. In My Tribe is a phenomenal album from beginning to end. Okay? It's not just the weather, it's that song about drinking and Hey Jack Kerouac and oh my God, that album is so phenomenal, dude. So phenomenal. And let me tell you, the album right after with damn it was Red. It's a pretty good album, not beginning to end. It has a couple songs you might skip, but In My Tribe, oh my God, that album is perfect from beginning to end. You nailed that one, dude. That 10,000 Maniacs album is gold. Oh, let me tell you, The Head on the Door from The Cure, Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. Oh my God, that's a phenomenal album, beginning to end. Yeah, there's stuff I can come up with now that starts getting me going in another direction, in the new wave direction. Yeah, man. The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is an awesome album. The Head on the Door is my favorite album of The Cure of all time, beginning to end. So there you go. Big O got a good one for you. Tua's calves are more swole than Brian Flores' ego. He does look a little thicker, Tua, right? He does look a little thicker. But that's because you're now able to work on your body a little bit more. You're growing. Your body will grow out a little bit more and fill out a little bit more. So yeah, I'm with you there. Josh says you're so funny when you speak Spanish. Medio gringo, eh? Yeah, exactly. I got you. Yeah, instead of having an accent in English, I have an accent in Spanish. Right? Is that what you're saying? A friend of mine goes, "You are the whitest Hispanic I know in the world." I didn't argue with him. I was like, when you're right, you're right. It's just one of those things, Yeah. Yeah. It happens. What can I tell you? Ray goes, Pimpinela, and he's LOL. Michael Jackson, Thriller, Off the Wall, and Thriller too. Off the Wall is my favorite album of all time. And yes, sir, you nailed it, man of 1,005 holds. Both Off the Wall and Thriller, from beginning to end, are impeccable, especially Off the Wall. That's my favorite album. Oh my God, Off the Wall from Michael Jackson. What a freaking great album that is. Yes. Pink Floyd. My God. Dark Side of the Moon. Beginning to end. The Wall. Beginning to end. Yes. Definitely. What about electric music? Are you talking about like EDM? I'm not an EDM guy, bro. Spanish pop and EDM and old country and classical. probably not my cup of teas. Okay? And I say old country, not new country. I actually like new country. I enjoy new country. Old country, no. No. You can have it. Yeah, well, Elvis Presley, you're coming up with one song, Suspicious Minds. Although I will say, the album Burning Love, I did enjoy, but I don't know if I would go from beginning to end. You have like zero Cuban accent in English. I know. I told you. That's. I have friends that tell me that all the time. Yeah. Well, I'm born and raised here, dude. What do you want me to do? It's just, that's how I am. What can I say? But yeah. Spanish is my second language. Yeah, that's what it is. That's how everybody says, yeah, my Spanish is more accented like an American. And then in English, you just don't pick up the Latin either. And the remake they did on the Cat Stevens Peace Train. Oh yeah, you talk about well, Hey Jack Kerouac and Peace Train, and the Patti Smythe song, right? Because the night that her version is right there, right after Patti's. I mean, I got to tell you, I love her voice. She is so good. And she did a nice job on her solo stuff, but her music with 10,000 Maniacs is still better. And you nailed it in My Tribe. I would have forgotten that one. That's such a good album. God, that's such a good album. The Sundays, Reading, Writing, and Arithmetic, yes. And here's where the story ends. Yes, very good band. I saw the Sundays open up for Duran Duran, I believe it was, at the Night Center years ago. DJ Gallagher says, new school album, An Evening with Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars and Pac Anderson, throwback to Motown, fire. I have Bruno's music too. I won't, so far none of his albums have been from beginning to end for me so far, and I have a few of those. But there's several songs you do end up liking. I like Bruno Mars a lot. Does a really good job, man. Really good job. What else do we have here? And we do have the induction, or we do have the bands that are going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which, by the way, I like that it's a really cool list, and a lot of ladies got the love that they deserve, and I thought that was actually really, really cool to see them get in. So for those of you that don't know, let me give you the list. And finally, Judas Priest gets in. Duran gets in. Pat Benatar will get in, along with Eminem, the Eurythmics, Dolly Parton, Lionel Richie, Carly Simon will also get in to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How it took this long to get Lionel Richie, Carly Simon, my God, one of the greatest voices you could ever hear is Carly Simon. Pat Benatar has been a Hall of Famer forever, just like Rob Halford. I'm glad that they're able to get in now while they're still with us, too. I hate when we wait too long to get some of these people in. I mean, Pat Benatar and Pat and Neil should have been in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame years ago and way before a whole bunch of other people that have gotten in. They are so incredibly accomplished. Dolly Parton probably should not be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She should be just in the country, because I don't think she's even had enough pop songs to be there. But then again, if you're going to put T-Rex in there, then yeah, you've lowered the bar incredibly. How that happened, How is Maiden on in, Big O? Nothing compares to the Iron Maiden 80 shows at the Sporto on Saturday and Marino throwing on Sunday. Amen to that. That was fun. That was fun. Big O, I'm a big Hall & Oates fan. What about you? Love Hall & Oates. Love Hall & Oates. Seen them many, many times in concert. What are your top 3 Pink Floyd albums? I love Animals, Metal, very underrated. Well, Animals is definitely one of them. No, I'm gonna Wish You Were Here, Dark Side of the Moon, and The Wall. Yeah, Wish You Were Here, Dark Side of the Moon, and The Wall. Animals would be at number 4. Yeah, probably. That's what I would rank them at. Yeah, Momentary Lapse of Reason is an underrated album, also. But no, I'm gonna go with Wish You Were Here, along with obviously Dark Side of the Moon and The Wall. Those albums are just impeccable. Wow, Off the Wall, never would have guessed. What you wouldn't have guessed. That it's a perfect album from beginning to end. That's a great album. What was that you wouldn't have guessed? Or that I like it? I wonder if by now, do you guys freak out with my music? You know, like I like everything, pretty much. There's a couple things, like I told you, that I'm not into EDM. I'm not into new, like, Spanish pop. You know, there's certain things that I don't listen to, but overall, it's pretty much everything else. Pat Benatar versus Joan Jett. No, Pat Benatar, bro. It's not even close. I love Joan Jett. By the way, did you see Joan Jett getting into it with Ted Nugent? Because Ted Nugent was an asshole. And it's still, well, no, let me rephrase that. Ted Nugent is an asshole, and, you know, he has all kinds of, you know, twisted views and things like that. And so anyway, so he took a shot at because they put Joan Jett in a list there of, you know, great guitarists, right? And whether you believe she's a great guitarist or not, okay, whatever. But I mean, you know, respect the woman. She is an incredibly accomplished musician, and she's written some great music over the years, and she deserves to be a Hall of Famer because that's what she is. She's a pioneer in everything she did with the Runaways. So Ted Nugent obviously took a shot. Back in late December, he decried a Rolling Stones article where they had Jett in their list of 100 greatest guitarists of all time. And he goes, you have to be crap for brains, and you have to be a soulless prick to put Joan Jett on that list, right? So Joan Jett then fires back. Is that his implication? Jett asked in a recent interview, well, that's just typical. It's what I've dealt with my whole life, being written off. Ted Nugent has to live with being Ted Nugent. He has to be in that body, so it's punishment enough. He's not a tough guy, the former Runaway declared. He plays a tough guy. But this is a guy who crapped on his pants literally so he didn't have to go to the Army. And so for those of you that don't know, Jett was alluding to a 77 interview in High Times magazine where Nugent said he avoided getting drafted to Vietnam by abandoning all personal hygiene. I ceased cleansing my body. No more brushing my teeth. Here we go. No more brushing my teeth. No more washing my hair. No baths. No soap. No water, Nugent said at the time, adding that he stopped going to the bathroom. I did it in my pants. Poop, piss, the whole shot. So this noted is a tough guy who's running around America, stirring things up against each other. That's a good comeback. That's a good comeback. And by the way, he then later said he didn't do that. He did it. That's something that Ted Nugent would do. Okay? So, there you go, draft dodger. Big O, when talking great bands, I never hear you mention Earth, Wind, and Fire or Kool and the Gang. Great bands, dude. I love them. Love both of them. awesome fans. I have all of their music. So what do you think about that? I'm a huge Earth, Wind, and Fire and Kool and the Gang fan. Love them, dude. I mean, there's a lot of bands. So it's not a matter that I leave things out. It's just I can't name every great band out there. You know, we can name the Commodores, too, from that era. Great band. Love the Commodores. So, yeah, no, I love both. Big O, do you think the Panthers will bounce back? Yes, I do, but they better bounce back. Very disappointed in what happened with them yesterday. Disgusting what happened yesterday. Unacceptable. They better wake the hell up. And we thoroughly went through that at the beginning of this show, so you can rewind and check it out. Florida-born, Kentucky-grown says, I love your music, man. We're a lot alike. Eclectic. The most talented person in the Runaways was Susie Q, in my opinion. I mean, they were all talented, right, in their own way. But obviously, Joan Jett, the most accomplished, and Lita Ford did her own too. You know what I mean? So they all had talent. Susie Q, of course. And what is it? Sherry something. Her. She was the singer, right? She was one of the singers because Joan would sing too. You know what I mean? So yeah, listen, they were talented in their own right to do what they were doing back in those days because they were pioneering, man. And it must have been tough for women to be trying to crack a man's world like that and touring at that time. Took a lot of guts to do what they were doing. I will say this, every time I see those Runaway videos and all that, damn, Lita Ford. Holy moly, Lita Ford. God, you look good in that leather. Man. And she looks like she is the one of the most smoking, sexy, beautiful women to ever play a guitar. You know what I mean? She got that long, dirty blonde hair, and she's always wearing the leather, and she looks freaking like a smoke show, man. Like she's always been all her life, but in those days, that's one of the things that looked. I mean, Joan's always been a beautiful girl too, and all that, but man, Lita looks really good in those days. Damn. Probably you're not your cup of tea, but what about The Weeknd, especially his recent album this year, varied, inspired by MJ in the 80s, even has Quincy in it. I like The Weeknd. I don't have any of his albums, so I would have no idea if any of his albums are good from beginning to end. I enjoyed his halftime performance a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl with all the glass and the lights and all that stuff, the mirrors and all that. I do like him. I actually like The Weeknd. I think he does a really good job, but I don't know enough about him. I only know a few of the songs that I hear on radio and all that. I can't tell you that I know much about his catalog, but I'm not going to say that I don't like him, he's terrible or whatever. No, that dude's talented. And he did a good job getting that haircut because, you know, there are some haircuts that are just, they make no sense. They just make no sense. That didn't make any sense, bro. It was like watching the basketball player. What was the kid's name for Orlando? And he played with that thing, and it was just like bounced all around. It's like, dude, cut that, bro. You're a point guard. You need to see the floor. What's wrong with you? What do I think about CCR? Hall of Famers, bro. Amazing. Love their music. And I love solo stuff, too. Did you see the biopic on Joan Jett? Not yet. I have not watched it. Bon Jovi, Runaway. The first album is really good. Shot Through the Heart. They trying to remember some of the songs in that album of Bon Jovi's original. And, you know, Slippery When Wet. If I remember correctly, that might be what's it called? Also From Beginning to End. Let me see here. Let me bring it up because I think you might be onto something on the original Bon Jovi album. That might be one that goes, because Runaway, Roulette's all right. She Don't Know Me, that's a good one. Shot Through the Heart. Breakout is a great song. Yeah, no, it's the beginning and end. No, but it's got some really good songs, man. It does have some good songs. I like it, but I wouldn't go from beginning to end with the original one. Scorpions Blackout, very good. HM. If you go from beginning to end, Scorpions Blackout is a masterpiece. Dynamite, Arizona, When the Smoke Is Going Down, all that stuff on the B side is freaking awesome on the Blackout album. Now, no, oh God, I love that album. That album is so good, the Blackout album, because most people know it for No One Like You and Blackout, but I don't think there's a band that writes more about sex than the Scorpions. I mean, they it's like, man, those guys their minds are constantly in the gutter. Impressive. Are you a Cyndi Lauper fan? Yes, I am, sir. I do like Cyndi Lauper. She's incredibly talented. One of the great voices of all time. Yes, she is a talent. Okay, Steven Tyler or Bon Jovi? I'm going Steven Tyler all the way. It's not even close. Human being, Bon Jovi. Singer, Steven Tyler. Okay, are we clear on that? Because Steven Tyler is not the nicest of dudes. Steven Tyler has been such an a-hole at times that when he would tour with opening acts that were doing really well, he's been known to unplug their equipment. Doesn't do it anymore, but he did it one day to Kansas. And I don't know how many of you have watched the Kansas thing, the documentary Out of Nowhere, I believe it's called. And it's a terrific documentary. I love watching that documentary. Obviously, Kansas. And that documentary, they were opening up for Aerosmith. And he disconnected their amps in the middle of a show. And the second time he did it, the violinist, I'm trying to remember his name now. Why am I brain farting his name? But anyway, don't laugh if you don't know anything about Kansas and you go violinist. This dude was like 6'5", 300 pounds. This is not the violinist you want to mess with. Okay, there was some. Richard is a big dude, the guitarist. Now I'm forgetting. Can somebody help me out with the? He just passed away a couple of years ago. We just lost him. He's such a phenomenal talent. Anyway, he went and threatened Steven Tyler. Like, if you ever do that again, I am going to kick your ass. And Steven Tyler, the wussy that he is, obviously, he restrained from doing anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those, and so he, Steven's not known to be a good dude at times, and so yeah, he's been kind of a jerk. And he didn't only do it to Kansas. Supposedly, this was a thing for bands that opened up for Aerosmith and were maybe showing up Aerosmith at that time. Robbie Steinhardt, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you. Can't remember everything. God bless you, Robbie. Rest in peace, baby. Appreciate you. Yeah. So Robbie went over and he was going to beat the crap out of Steven Tyler. And so Steven Tyler for the rest of that tour did not mess with Kansas for the rest of that tour. So yeah, that kind of stuff. So I'll go Steven Tyler singer and I'll go person Bon Jovi. What pisses me off totally about Bon Jovi is that he just went away from his music and all he puts out now is garbage. It's just flat out garbage. His last, 5, 6 albums, whatever, his concerts, garbage. Don't go to Bon Jovi concerts anymore. If you're expecting him to jam all the classics, he only hits a few of those. He doesn't jam anymore, dude. He likes his pop bull crap that he puts out now and semi-country music or whatever he does now and all that, and nothing. And yes, I do. I love Ozzy. Ozzy's amazing. And Axl Rose is still alive. Yes. The band Fanny was the most underrated female band. Shame they never got more recognition. Fanny. I've never heard of Fanny. Did you put the broom in the fanny? Fanny in Europe is closet. Isn't that how it went in American Wedding? Something like that. Iron Maiden's best album, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. That's a great album. Yes, but it's not their best album. But, to each his own. Peace of Mind and Number of the Beast are the best albums. But, again, to each his own. Was it American Pie or was that American Wedding? It is an American Pie thing, but it was the American Wedding one, right? I think. There we go. So, all right. Anyway, we are out of here. We are going to wrap it up here on the show. We got to thank the man, the myth, the legend that is named Sean Stanley for mastering this program from beginning to end. Please smash the like button. If you're listening to the podcast day or night, we appreciate it immensely. Also, don't forget to also smash the like button on YouTube too. If you're watching, we will see you tomorrow morning, same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one. We love you all.
Wow.